Okay, if everyone's settled, we'll get started. Good evening, everyone. This is Kevin Haroff, serving as this year's mayor and member of the City Council for the City of Larkspur, and I want to welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Larkspur City Council for Wednesday, August 18th, 2021, and we're starting at 6:32. Like all of the meetings that we've been conducting over the course of the year and before, this is being done exclusively by video conference for members of the public. The instructions to get onto the meeting through the video links are on our agenda, as well as instruction for participating in any public comment during the course of the meeting. So with that, we'll get started with agenda item number 1, which is a roll call and our Pledge of Allegiance.
Councilmember Candell?
I'm here.
Councilmember Paulson?
Here.
Councilmember Way?
Here.
Vice Mayor Hilmer?
Here.
Mayor Haroff?
Yeah, I'm here too. So if we could, let's join in the saying of the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
with liberty
and
justice for all. We did it. Good, thank you. On to the regular agenda. The first item is item number 2, public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the City Council with comments regarding items that are not otherwise on the agenda or that are listed as part of the consent calendar. So if there are members of the public that want to take advantage of this opportunity, please raise your hand and identify who you are and where you live. And if you have comments, please keep them limited to 3 minutes. Do we have any hands up?
Our first comment will come from Angeline Rivera.
Okay, Angeline.
Hello, this is actually Frank Caiazzo from the Left Bank. Can you hear me there?
Yeah. Yes, we can, Frank.
Wonderful, thank you. From what I understand, one of the things on the agenda tonight is the Parklets, and I just wanted to put one comment in there.
Well, if you wouldn't mind, since this particular time during the meeting is reserved for things that are not on the agenda, and you're
Okay,
right.
well, this would be something not on the agenda then.
Okay, that's fine.
Due to the lack of parking in downtown Larkspur, I was enjoying dinner at a Parklet at Pico the other night, and I couldn't find parking. So I actually parked behind the library in a spot reserved for you, sir. And there are multiple spots behind the library reserved for council members, people that work at the library, and other reserved spots that say no parking. Considering we do these meetings on Zoom and nobody's actually working out of those buildings, I suggest that you put on the agenda for next meeting to possibly vote on making those public parking spots. And when you do resume normal work at that facility, I suggest that we make those spots public parking on the weekends and after 5 o'clock on the weekdays. And that would solve a long-term parking issue that we've had in Larkspur. Thank you all for your time tonight, and I look forward to hearing about the Parklet discussion later.
Okay, well, we're really not supposed to address public comments as a council.
Mr. Mayor,
if the city manager might clarify what our policy currently is with respect to the utilization of those spaces, that might be helpful.
yeah, first for the benefit of the community, the Larkspur Council has never set aside parking spaces for any council members. There are spaces set aside for staff, but there are numerous signs behind the building and on the building that state on all weekday evenings, all weekday mornings before business hours, and all weekend, those spaces are available to the public. And so I'm sorry the speaker didn't see all the signage, but it is out back, and we welcome the public to park there now.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to hear. Anyone else from the public that wants to contribute at this time? I see Kevin
Next
Carroll.
comment.
Yeah, good evening. I'm just a little confused because you said comment now for not on the agenda, but also consent items? Or are you going to separate those two? Usually,
Yeah, it's things that are not on the agenda or that are on the consent calendar. If there's an item on the consent calendar that you would like to have removed for separate consideration, we'll give you an opportunity to do that.
okay, and that I would like separate item 4.7.
Okay. And we'll get to that momentarily.
And I'm looking for any additional raised hands or any emailed public comment. And there's no further public comment.
Okay. So with that, we'll close that agenda item and move to 3, which is empty, presentations and proclamations. We don't have any. And we will then move on to approval of the consent calendar unless there are members of the council. And as we've just heard, there is a member of the public that would like to have one of the items taken off the consent calendar for separate consideration. But I'll first ask the council if there are any items that any member of the council would like to have removed. Hearing none, we'll go ahead and I think maybe the best way of doing this is taking 4.7 off the consent calendar. We can address that now, or we can address it after a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar.
Well, I'll move approval of 4.1 through 4.8 with the exception of 4.7.
I think that may be best. So we have a motion, and then we'll come back and separately consider 4.7 on its own. So with a motion on the table, can we have a roll call?
Councilmember Candell,
Yes.
Councilmember Paulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Way,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Helmer,
I didn't hear a second for the motion, so I'll second the motion and vote yes.
I think Scott seconded, but maybe I'm wrong.
My mistake. Sorry,
Yeah,
but
that's okay.
yes.
Mayor
So we have
Hara.
to- and I yes as well. So with the exception of item 4.7, the consent calendar is approved. Let's now separately consider that item, and if we could have a brief staff report on that from our city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. This city has from time to time appointed an ad hoc committee to work with staff to review opportunities to generate revenue for the city. The ad hoc committee currently consists of Mayor Haroff and Councilmember Way. The committee recently gave direction to staff to proceed to obtain the consulting resources to explore and potentially pursue a measure to add a 1/4-cent sales tax revenue locally. And this item is requesting the spending authority for me to retain that support.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the council? Councilmember Way.
Can you just speak briefly about our previous relationship using this consulting company before and their relationship with the city?
This particular firm, the Lou Edwards Group, has worked with the city on 3 prior occasions to advise the city on the viability of potential revenue measures, and then has assisted us in developing material to distribute to the community so that the community understands what the council's contemplating and what might be going on the ballot and then what is on the ballot. And they often use a polling company called FM3, and that's part of this package as well. so that we can gauge public opinion.
Mr. Mayor, can I have a question?
Yeah. This is Councilmember Candell.
Do we have an estimate of costs?
So we are asking for spending authority up to $200,000. We've never actually used our full spending authority with this firm. That's just so we can be dynamic. If we need to do a second poll, for example, that's a cost we might not anticipate. Typically, the costs around these measures run $100,000 to $150,000 if we actually go to ballot, because you're including in the spending authority everything that we would need to take a matter to the ballot. One of the times we retained this firm, the ultimate decision was not to go to the ballot, so we didn't spend a lot of money that particular time. We asked for $200,000 because we think that's the absolute maximum we could end up spending on this matter.
Including all costs.
That's including all costs. This measure, if it were to pass based on our estimates, would generate roughly $600,000 on current trends in our sales tax data. So in the first year, it'd more than offset costs if we reach that point.
So those are that's an annual revenue number.
That is.
Yeah. Okay. Just want to clarify that. Councilmember Paulson, your hand's up.
Yeah, thank you. Dan, is this the same consultant that San Rafael used for Measure R?
No. It's not. But as some of the council members know, I've worked with this firm prior to my time here 3 times a year. City Attorney Woodruff's worked with them in other jurisdictions as well. They're very active throughout the Bay Area.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, we'll open it up to the public. If there's a member of the public raising their hand, and I see there is one, please mention who you are and where you live. Kevin, we know, but go ahead.
Okay, Kevin from Marine Park. My curiosity was raised by this for a couple of different issues. One is, I understand the city manager working with them in the past and being happy with their work. But it mentions after that this is going to be more challenging because of the changing communications landscape and fragmentation of information sources. So I'm just curious if they've had recent experience in the changing communications landscape and the fragmentation. Since those things have changed, what's their most recent experience? And I'm just a little troubled, I guess, by the idea of a $200,000 contract not going out for bid. But if, there was a better explanation of, more recent successful campaigns by them, then that fear would be alleviated. But that's my concerns. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's ask if there's anybody else from the public, but then I'll ask the city manager to address those comments.
I'm looking for any further raised hands or emailed public comment, and there's no further comments.
Okay. Dan, do you want to say anything about those questions?
Yeah, so it was actually the firm when we interviewed them that told us the changing landscape has made the educating of the community, engaging public opinion a little more challenging. Essentially what they're saying is folks don't have hardline phones, which is the old way we used to do it. And in fact, when we did the Measure B campaign and education that process, we engaged more of the community by email than we had ever done before. And now it's not email, now it's social media, it's advertising on the internet. It's a whole host of things we haven't had to do in previous campaigns and education efforts. So that's what they brought to us and suggested we be prepared for that. I think based on our past experience and based on the discussions we've already had with the Lou Edwards group, I would expect the largest cost is actually around in the advertising we do. And that's advertising to provide information to the community. It's not, the city doesn't fund campaign material, we fund educational material. should probably be focusing on that to make it clear. And then we're recommending a sole source on this contract because we have a long-standing relationship with this firm. They already know the community, and we think there's economies of scale in that regard.
And since Dan mentioned that I have worked with both of these firms in other jurisdictions, I can tell you that they are typically working on multiple ballot measures around the state every election cycle. So, 2 or 3 times a year. And that includes cities, school districts, special districts, sometimes even statewide measures. I know that Catherine Liu will tell you very proudly that her success rate is usually above 95%. I believe FM3 has about the same success rate. Not that I'm advocating for them, but just letting you know that I have worked with them in multiple times, multiple jurisdictions.
And that's very helpful to know. And I see our vice mayor has his hand up.
Dan, are there other city projects that the firm has successfully worked on? I'm thinking, were they the helping us with the central, what is now the Central Marin Police Station facility, that funding effort?
So I wasn't working for the city of Larkspur at that time, but I understand that FM3 was the polling firm. I don't know who the campaign/education effort consultant was.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
But Measure C and Measure B and a measure that we didn't place on the ballot were all managed by this entity.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Any other questions from council? Okay, so I think it's time for us to consider a motion. If someone would like to move this matter, I'd appreciate hearing it.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Go ahead. Go ahead, Allison.
Councilmember Campbell,
Yes.
Councilmember Paulson,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hilmer,
Yes.
Mayor Horo.
Yes. So the motion is adopted. And that will conclude that item, and we'll move on to item number 5 on our overall agenda, which is the city manager's oral report. So I'll give it back to you, Dan.
I'm going to try to do a share screen, so everybody hold tight and hopefully I'll get it right. Did a nice, pretty picture show up?
Yes.
I think it did. So I'm going to steal a little thunder from Public Works Director Julian Skinner, who's here, so you should direct any positive comments his way. As the council knows, and those who monitor our road conditions know, the system that you hear Bay Area wide, where they say your city is the 3rd worst roads in the Bay Area, is calculated on a 3-year average in terms of what your conditions were. In addition to that, which is the official PCI, there's the unofficial measurement that our consultant produces for us on an annual basis. And I am super excited to steal Julian's thunder and let you know we crossed into the PCI 70 range. We are at 71 in this new study, and you'll recall when we made a commitment to the community with Measure B, that a big part of the plan was we needed to get up into the 70s or 80s, because that's when you reach the point where you can maintain the system cost effectively. So I'm really thrilled to tell you that our own analysis has us in the 70s now and climbing, and the program is on track. It's going to probably finish a little early, which is really exciting. And we hope people are enjoying the benefits of this work, because I know for me, it's much more pleasant driving around town. So we'll be circulating this in our next newsletter, so more of the community can see it, but I just wanted to share it with you this evening. And now's your chance to tell Julian he's doing a great job.
Julian, you're doing a great job.
That is my main comment for this evening. The only other thing I wanted to let the council know is that we continue to work closely with the county and the other entities as we sort of navigate the current COVID situation. And if folks have any questions about what's going on, please let us know. We still have active our email where people can let us know if they're concerned about masking practices or anything else out in the community. And a few folks have been emailing us at that address, and that's fine. Please continue to do that. That links up on our website as well. So with that, turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well,
We should have
thank
done
you.
those in reverse order so we could have the good news last.
Well, it's good no matter what. And I do seriously want to congratulate and thank Julian for his hard work over a long period of time to improve the quality of our roads. And this report tonight is a reflection of that success. I had only one question. If we're up into the 70s, do we think we're going to get up into the 80s when everything is said and done?
Oh, see, now Julian's gonna have to come on the microphone to tell you.
And if you're not ready to answer that question, we'll address it at another time. But we're just making such great progress. I'm just hopeful that that's where we're going to end up.
Yeah, I think as a city manager mentioned, what gets reported by MTC is a rolling 3-year average. So we may not hit 80 in the actual book, but the point in time PCI will be a little higher than 80 by the time we're finished. But then at that time, what happens is our streets that we paved 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago, those PCIs are going to start going down. So 80 is a pretty good goal to have. It's hard to stay above that. So yeah, 80 is where we will be point in time, but may take a few years after that for the official MTC Larkspur rating to show as an 80.
Okay. Well, we're on the right path. Any other questions from members of the council?
It looks like Vice Mayor Hilmer has his hand up.
Oh, my screen is switched, so I don't see that. Hold on. Oh, okay. Vice Mayor Hilmer.
Just a quick comment, echoing previous comments. Gratitude to everybody, Julian, staff, Dan. This is very important. Someone much smarter than I once told me something I've not forgotten long ago, a quote, and that is, a quality of a community to someone driving through is gauged by the quality of its streets. And that's somebody very significant said that in the community development, economic development realm. So I think this is an important announcement. Dan, thank you very much. And everybody should be very proud of this. This is very, very important. Thank you.
Here on that. Any other comments from the council? Not seeing any hands raised. We can ask if there's any comment from the public.
Our first comment is caller ending 1402.
Okay, can you please identify yourself and where you live?
James Holmes. Actually, I wanted to comment on the item that's already been approved, which was the consultant authorization, and for some reason it didn't get registered at that time when I asked a comment. So I'll just ask my question: was this budgeted for, or was there a budget item from which this expenditure would be taken, or where would the funds be obtained? Because it seems like a lot of money to take out of what is usually a rather tight budget.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Unless there are other members of the public who want to ask a question, I'll ask our city manager to briefly respond to that comment.
Our next comment would be Kevin Carroll.
Okay.
Usually I have a lot of questions, but this time is strictly praise. They were out there, Galati was out there today paving Rich Street. And I go back to when Radio Cab was located down that street. I worked for them and was a manager there. So this goes back 30 years. And I can't tell you how beautiful that street looks today. I can hardly wait to drive up and down it. It's such a major improvement. So compliments and kudos. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Chris Wheaton will be next.
Hi,
Chris Wheaton from Rose Lane in Larkspur. Just a question on Magnolia timing. I'm a cyclist and ride down Magnolia, and that area still seems to be fairly beat up, and I didn't know what the timing was for that.
Okay, thank you for that. Anyone else in the public? And then we'll get back to some quick responses to those comments.
I'm looking for any further raised hands or email comment, and there's no further comments.
Okay, I think we may know the answers to some of those questions, but I'll invite our city manager to respond briefly in order.
I had trouble hearing the first speaker. I think it was Mr. Holmes, and he was asking about where the budget allocation was coming from for the consulting firm. Is that what?
That was the gist of it, yeah.
So no, that wasn't in the budget. So by authorizing that expenditure, essentially I'll be bringing you a mid-year adjustment to account for it in the budget. There are sufficient funds in reserve to carry that cost. And then typically we reimburse the general fund if we do take a measure to the ballot and it passes. So that's typically how we restore the discretionary dollars to the general fund and cover the cost. Although I think you actually deferred doing that on Measure B and decided to leave it in the Measure B program, but we brought you that option.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And then, you know, later on in the agenda tonight, you're going to talk about a portion of Magnolia that's going to be subject to construction in January. But different segments have different timing. I think the staff report for the Parklet item also talks about the part south of what's being done in January is scheduled for the following summer. Is that right, Julian? Have that?
Yeah, the two downtown blocks are scheduled for the first quarter of next year. The remainder of Magnolia, so portions north and south of that to the city limits, are included in next year's paving project, so the June through August of next year.
I think that was the extent of the question.
I think that was the extent of it. I think that addresses that issue. With that, I don't think we have any more comments from the public, unless I'm wrong, Allison. We're done with that.
You are correct.
Okay, so let's move to the next agenda item, which is council members' oral reports and comments. And I will invite members of the council to provide whatever reports or thoughts that they have to bring up at this time. I see Councilmember Way.
So if I was, we were in council chambers right now, I'd probably ask for a show of hands in the audience, but I can't do that by Zoom. But to everyone who's listening to us, how many of you received 5 different emergency alert messages this morning, starting at 9:08 and ending at 9:50? It's really important that everyone sign up for alertmarin.org, which is our emergency alert system. There was a vegetation fire in Corte Madera off of Highway 101, and there were alerts that came out at 9:08 from the sheriff's office and also from Central Marin Police. And the one at 9:10 required an evacuation order, which meant the people who were in that neighborhood in Corte Madera were ordered to leave the neighborhood. So it's super important that in this fire season, we are all on alertmarin.org and Nixle, which is a way you're going to receive evacuation orders and information. So I thought today was very timely. I noticed that I got 5 messages that ended about 9:50 when the fire had been suppressed. So just putting that out there for everyone, because we have a big fire season still heading our way. So that was my only report. And if anybody needs help signing up for those things, reach out to me and I can help you. I'll make a phone call, or I can get some of the fire personnel or police personnel to help you too. It's very important for all of us to be signed up for evacuation orders. That's my report.
Thank you very much for that. Those reminders, Catherine. I got all my messages because I'm signed up. I'm assuming that all the rest of the council members are signed up and have received messages like that as well. But everybody needs to be aware of that resource and take advantage of it, because there was an evacuation notice, and if we have one, we need to know that our community is prepared to respond to it. Any other council member reports? Council member Candell, yes.
Yeah, just quickly, not really a report. I went to the police and fire meeting this week, and I just wanted to ask if we could put on the agenda at some point. I spoke to Dan about this already. How we handle the JPAs and how we handle it within Larkspur. I would love to see more discussion at the council, more input from the community on the city level for our representatives to take over to the JPA before making decisions. So again, not a discussion for now, but maybe at some point in the future we could bring that up.
Fair enough.
I like that idea, and I know you need to. So I'm interested in that idea also. Thanks for bringing that up, Scott.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Helmer.
Scott, I wanted to give you my past experience in the event this is helpful information. Anytime a representative to a JPA has a decision before them, it's their responsibility to come back to the council and ask for direction with respect to any vote of that member representing the council to any JPA agency. If you're looking for a policy sort of direction, but and I guess it's a good question to ask if that's been formalized. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, no, it is helpful, and hopefully we can bring it up at a future agenda and formalize whatever our policy is, so that we can just make sure that everybody has input. That's all.
Okay, all fair enough. Any other council member reports? Seeing none, I think we'll bring that item to conclusion. We have no public hearings on the agenda tonight, so I think we can move on to agenda item number 8, which is the first item is a business item 8.1, a consideration of temporary parklets and parklet policy. So if we could move to a staff report on that item.
I just have a couple comments, Mr. Mayor and Council
Yes.
members. I'm going to turn it over to Public Works Director Julian Skinner to give you a brief presentation. I just want to remind the council and the community that this item's on the agenda this evening at the request of the council to potentially revisit a decision that was made a few council meetings ago to set the end date for the temporary parklets that were authorized in response to the pandemic. Set the end date as November 15 of this year. So first and foremost, the council should revisit that question if it so desires, because that's what you directed us specifically to bring back. We wanted to empower you also to have as robust a conversation about parklets as possible. So we wrote the agenda item in a way that lets you take the conversation further should you so desire and explore the issue of parklets generally. We didn't agendize the specific question of long-term parklets or permanent parklets. So it's placed on the agenda in a way for you to give us direction. So the only real vote that's set up on the agenda is if you want to take a vote to revisit the date for the temporary ones. Everything else, I'd encourage you to give us direction so we write the agenda item in a way that's clear to the public if you want to have a further debate about permanent parklets. But I do think the way we've written it, that's a welcome debate and discussion for the council this evening. Now I'm going to turn over to Julian and he will take you through the issue again so that you have some framework.
Okay, Julian.
Yes, good evening. I'm going to share my screen, but I've got a slightly different setup tonight. So hopefully this works. Okay, are we all seeing the title page and not two different slides?
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so as the city manager mentioned, we have an item tonight that primarily is asking for consideration of the termination date for the temporary parklets on Magnolia Avenue. But as you are aware, the city is planning a downtown ADA project on Magnolia. And as part of that project and in the context of parklets, there is an option that could affect the Magnolia project. So we wanted to include a little bit of information on that for your consideration tonight also. So as far as the agenda tonight, a little bit of just some brief background on some of the efforts we've undertaken so far, and then a conversation on temporary parklets and their end date, and then a brief discussion on parklets moving forward. And then there's the primary set of questions, including the termination date for the temporary parklets and what future discussions of parklets should be. So I'm going to, sorry, I've got some sticky notes on my screen here that I need to move. So the primary question here that's highlighted is the removal date. That's what we'll be asking for. As was mentioned previously, this was set at a previous council meeting as November 15th of this year. And a question did come up because part of the framework for setting an end date was based on the upcoming ADA project. And as has been mentioned, that some of the parklets are not within the footprint and would not necessarily need to be removed for that project. So we've splintered the end date question in two here. You can provide direction on an end date for parklets that are within the footprint of the Magnolia ADA project, and then also for ones that are not within that footprint. And then some follow-up questions are on a future parklet policy, whether we want to defer that conversation for later, or whether the council feels that's something we should start planning for and do some framework now so we can have some future workshops and discussions with the public on the future of parklets, or the council is not interested in parklets, but likes the idea of outdoor dining and thinks we should consider the sidewalk bypass option that was presented during the last meeting, which is kind of the reverse of a parklet, where the dining or seating activity takes place on the sidewalk and then a temporary sidewalk is built out in the parking space. That's what leads to the conversation of the Magnolia ADA project. Is we could actually do a permanent version of a bypass by widening the sidewalks on Magnolia. And the best time to do that, were it to be done, would be with the Magnolia ADA project while we'll have everything ripped up. So that's why that's in the mix of questions tonight. If council were interested in widening the sidewalks, that's something we would need to know sooner rather than later. This is just a history. We've been before the council before. We've had some virtual meetings and some public meetings on parklets. I just wanted to show a little timeline here. There's 3 rows here. The top one is showing the different significant changes in health orders that the restaurant industry, who are the primary user of our parklets, have been subjected to over the last 18 months. Each one of these diamonds that shows up here is a time when dining was either stopped or restarted or changed from indoor to only outdoor. And the second row here is just showing progress on our Magnolia ADA project that shows that we are still scheduled for construction in the first quarter of 2022. So that project is right around the corner. And the bottom bar is our temporary approval of Parklets to date. So the first chunk of approval here was through October 31st of 2020. So that's when all the preliminary or the first go around on the temporary parklets were approved through. And then as you see with all the yellow diamonds above, the rules changed and changed again. And so the parklets were extended through June 30th of this year. And then finally again through November 15th, as you see above, the rules have continued to change. So looking at the downtown and the parklets, so we do also have encroachment permits for businesses that chose to put tables and chairs on the sidewalks, but not in parking spaces. And so we're calling those sidewalk dining permits, are shown in gray here on the map. And then the parklets, so these are ones that actually take up parking spaces, are shown in green. And we do understand that there's another parklet application that's in the works now that's shown in the yellow rectangle here. And then overlaid on this exhibit of where the parklets are is the boundaries of our upcoming projects. The downtown ADA project is something that we've talked about before. That's shown in the red here. So the parklets and this on sidewalk dining that are within the red area here would be impacted by that ADA project that is scheduled to start construction in January of next year. The blue area here shows areas that are scheduled to be paved as part of next year's paving project. So the parklets that are within this area, in theory, to accommodate city activities, would need to be moved by June of next year. And then there's the one parklet on Ward Street. Ward was already paved with our paving program, so there's no public works project timeline for removal of that parklet.
Julian, this is Kevin. Can I ask just a quick question? Obviously, there are parklets that are within the project area and then some that are not on other streets. My impression from previous discussions, though, is that for logistical reasons, we may need to have free access to those streets in order to move equipment around. Does that sound right?
Staff's initial recommendation was that the parklets that you see here that are just on the periphery of the red area are in such close proximity to the upcoming project that it would be best for them not to be there during the project. And part of that is because the Magnolia ADA downtown project is going to be very invasive. We're removing all the sidewalks from the building face to the street. We'll be completely repaving the street. There will be detours. There will be possible street closures. There will be a lot of activity and a lot of moving traffic around, as well as the complete removal of parking spaces within the work zone during that time. And so initially we had considered that these parklets just outside of the limits would be so close to the work that we would not want them to be there. So we had as much flexibility as possible in routing traffic around the work area and also freeing up parking spaces to compensate for the ones within the work area that were being closed due to the work. But they are not physically within the footprint of the ADA project. So that question did come up, and we thought it worthy of at least segregating them for discussion purposes.
Sure, and I appreciate that, and that's helpful. But just as a quick follow-up question, has there been any change in your assessment about what would be necessary or helpful to accommodate the project in terms of access on some of these other streets that are not technically within the project area?
It's every contractor is going to approach a project in a different way. I can't say for sure what that impact would be and how much more difficult it would be for a contractor to work his traffic around these areas with the parklets right there. I can guarantee it won't be any easier. But I can't really say, practically, no, they don't conflict with the work, but yes, there will be some type of impact with them being there.
Okay, that's helpful.
Julian, if I could just chime in, I do think it's important to emphasize the parklets that are outside of the red area, outside of the ADA project area, were the council to decide they can remain. The businesses operating in those parklets should be reminded we still hold the discretion to order them to take them down if they conflict with public purpose. So if you tonight were to say they can stay as your direction, it's not a 100% guarantee. If Julian and the contracting team decided that they're interfering with the project, then they'll be removed so that the project can be completed.
And that's kind of where I was going with my question. So thank you for that further clarification. I'm sorry to interrupt the flow of your presentation, Julian. You can keep going. Thanks.
I see some other hands have come up.
We don't. Okay, I'm sorry. Who's? Let's see.
I think
Dan here.
Vice Mayor Hilmer's hand.
Vice Mayor Hilmer. Okay, good, great.
Well, you can tell me if this question's too early or not relevant. The discussion of the bypass solution, avoiding or allowing the clear path of travel around versus through what the restaurants and or whatever use is using the parklet. Is there this has to do with your request for clarification with respect to what's in and what's out of the ADA footprint. If we were to maximize, optimize, say, make the entire historic downtown parklets and have a bypass solution for an entire block, for example, allowing people to add tables in close to the buildings versus out in the parking spaces, and have expand the sidewalk out there in a maximum sort of way, thereby changing the whole way we think of the downtown. And I wonder how many parking spaces we're losing. And if we implement such a mechanism, such as a parking district where we say expand the existing public lot down at the corner of Ward and Magnolia, a number of spaces. Is there an optimal urban design solution here that we're as an opportunity through this ADA project that we should be discussing?
Well, I think that's part of the agenda, or at least generally part of the agenda for later. In July,
I mean, is that in the range of alternatives we're to be considering?
I think it would be. We would appreciate it, Vice Mayor Hilmer, if we could hold your question till the director's finished his presentation. I think we have material in the presentation that speaks to your questions.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm sorry, it's too early. Thank you.
I'm sorry, can I ask a quick clarification?
And again, if we could just at this point just kind of keep it to the question of what's in front of us right now in this discussion, which is the date for ending the temporary permits. And we'll get into the larger discussions about the kinds of issues that Vice Mayor brought up just a moment ago later on. But
well, I think
Councilmember,
I'm thinking differently about that date now, thanks to the information you just offered. Thank you.
Okay, good. Councilmember Candell?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Julian, just two quick questions. The first is, do you have a date for the ADA project when you're recommending all the parklets be out of that area. And the second is, I didn't quite follow for the Measure B paving project. Are we saying those parklets should be gone for the Measure B parking projects, or that it's not a conflict to have that in the blue areas when the Measure B paving happens?
So as far as the dates go, we are planning to start work on the ADA project the first week in January. That's the goal. That's what we're aiming for at the moment. We've been told that would be the least impactful time for the businesses. It's not the best time weather-wise, but that's our goal. We think it's going to be about a 3-month project. So we anticipate being on those 2 downtown blocks of Magnolia for January, February, March of next year. As far as the areas in blue, typically our paving projects are done June, July, August when school's not in session. The parklets that are there would have to be removed to accommodate the paving, but that's not a full-blown ADA project. It's not as invasive as the downtown Magnolia project is. So those are probably 2 to 3 week removals to accommodate the paving, as opposed to the longer removal for the downtown ADA project.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Before we move on, any other quick questions? We'll have plenty of other opportunities during the course of the presentation to ask questions, but I see Councilmember Way's hand is up.
Julian, could you explain why the ADA renovation project is only those 2 blocks and not the further area of the blue? I never fully understood why it doesn't extend beyond King Street.
Yeah, so it's based on a report that we had done in response to an ADA complaint. Basically, we are bringing all of Magnolia into ADA compliance, but the report identified these 2 blocks specifically as having deficiencies to a degree. The complete removal and replacement of all of the sidewalk was required to meet ADA. Once you get outside of these 2 blocks, all of the deficiencies were more of a spot location in nature. So you see a number of removed and replaced sections of sidewalk on sections of Magnolia going north and south of here, but they weren't in such a concentration that it required complete removal of an entire block, which is the case for these 2 blocks. So that's why these 2 were separated out into its own project.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else at this point, or we can continue with the presentation?
Okay, I'll move on to the next slides, which is, again, just kind of a recap of our discussions that we've had with the public before about parklets. And this was from our outdoor event where we handed folks green and red stickers for likes and dislikes, and presented them with an alternative and asked a question: if we did have parklets, should we have a city standard for what they look like? And then this is also where we brought up the sidewalk bypass option. The photo on the top left here, the kind of the smaller one, shows an installation that was done by a business. As you can see, they have their tables and chairs on the table, and then they built kind of a little one storefront bypass pop out into the parking space. The one at the bottom was done by a public agency where they did a whole block. And so they pulled the sidewalk out beyond the curb into the parking lane, and then all of the pop-up tents and tables and chairs on the old sidewalk. And so the bypass option brings up the potential for doing this on a more permanent basis. If there's an objection to parklets because of the aesthetic, then widening the sidewalk and allowing tables and chairs somewhere to be in the public space without having to build a parklet can be looked at as an option. And so, as we mentioned before, we have the downtown Magnolia ADA project upcoming, complete removal and replacement of all the sidewalks, as well as repaving of Magnolia and some minor enhancements. So because we're removing and replacing everything with some minor modifications, we can widen the sidewalks. Rather than repaving a portion of the street, we would extend the sidewalk out into the street, create a wider sidewalk. The offset is we can't reduce any of the width of the travel lanes. So what you're losing is parking. You would swap out a row of parking to make the sidewalks wider. And this is kind of the first iteration of that, which would be if you eliminated parking on one side of the street, you could widen the sidewalk on both sides of the street by 3 feet, or one side by 6 and the other by none. But you'd essentially be making a sidewalk width of about 13 feet. The minimum sidewalk width is 4 feet, but for a commercial area like this, we shouldn't really be going any less than 5 for the thoroughfare. So a 13-foot sidewalk allows 8 feet for seating or dining. The option we have shown here would remove parking on the west side of the street because there's less spaces there. So that eliminates 8. You could go a step further and eliminate parking on both sides of the street. I should point out, this is only the block from Ward to Kane. The project actually goes from Ward to Kane and then Kane to King. But the block from Kane to King has a grade to it. It's steeper. And there's no businesses there that have inquired about parklets. And due to the nature of the businesses there, we don't think it would be as practical or as wanted for the sidewalks to be widened in that stretch. But they could, similar to this, there would be an additional parking loss. So this is the option that shows widening the sidewalk such that you would remove parking from both sides of this one block of downtown Magnolia. So this is a total of 19 spaces that will be lost, the 8 on one side, 11 on the other. And by doing this, you can add 6 feet of space to both sides of the sidewalk. And while we're talking about outside dining, it does open up other flex space opportunities. You've got a wider space for walking, for public seating, for businesses to rent, for restaurants or whatever. This is kind of a cross section that just roughly shows the top one is the existing condition. We've got sidewalks on both sides of the street. Then there's a lane of parking and a travel lane in each direction. Alternative 1 would remove the parking from one side, and then it allows for an expansion of area for dining. And again, here I've kind of shown graphically the walkway next to the building and the table and chairs out by the curb, but it certainly could be, flipped. And then the bottom one shows the alternative if we were to widen sidewalk on both sides. And I'm not meaning to show exactly how the tables and chairs would be arranged. It's just kind of an icon to show that there will be an area for dining. But obviously, the wider that space gets, the wider the sidewalk gets, there's more opportunity and there's more options. There's more dining configurations and more public seating options too. So the reason we're bringing this question up now is, as we've mentioned, this is a project that is scheduled to be undertaken in January through March, and we're to a certain degree in our contract drawings that will be going out to bid. And so if this is something that were of interest to the council, we would be looking for that feedback as soon as possible. And then we would return with refined details on exactly what that would look like. Our preliminary analysis is there is an added cost. It's a reduced cost because we don't have to repave the section of street that we're going to put concrete in, but concrete's more expensive than the roadwork asphalt. So it is a cost increase. And if we were just to do the one side, remove parking from one side, it adds about $75,000 to that project. It adds about $100,000 if we do both sides. And the re-engineering is worked in there. There's a fair amount of work that has already been done. There would be an additional cost for the architect and the engineer to revise the plans to accommodate this new concept. And so this table just lists the two alternatives. And so you're looking at either, you're currently have about 10-foot sidewalk. They're slightly different depending on where the building is, on which side of the street. But alternative 1 would land you with 13 feet, and alternative 2 would land you with a 16-foot sidewalk, which is a sizable amount of real estate. And so this is the first group of questions, the primary questions that we would like answered tonight. There are a series of secondary questions that lead more into if there's going to be a parklet policy, but they're more for a conversation and more for giving us feedback if there's a desire to come back with a policy at a future date. But what we're looking at now is for council to give us direction on the termination date for the temporary parklets. And again, we've split this into 2 sets, one for the parklets that are directly in conflict with the project, and the others for parklets that are outside of that footprint. And then the conversation of whether we want a parklet policy in the future, or whether we think that widening the sidewalks makes more sense and we should take steps now to come back with more information on what that looks like. So I think I will leave it on this slide and turn it over for questions.
Okay. Does the city manager have any kind of concluding comments before we bring it back for questions?
No, again, I just emphasize that as you heard Julian say at the end, the direction you give us in sort of these longer term questions will then result in us bringing you back something where we're very clear with the community what the discussion and direction and potential policy implications are. So tonight, that most specific question is whether you wanted to revisit that November 15 date that you established. But other than that, turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and that's what I thought was the intent, and I'm hoping that we can just kind of take those 2 sets of issues separately and address the first 2 issues maybe together, and then we'll talk about the other remaining issues after we finish that. So before we do that, let me see Vice Mayor Hilmer. I think his hand up was up first.
If we are interested, if there's consensus and interest in alternative 2, where the widening of the sidewalks takes advantage of the opportunity the ADA project presents, as well as the conditions supporting parklets, I see that as an optimal solution, by the way. Then our November 15th temporary parklet removal date would still make sense. Isn't my perception correct there? Question for Julian, I guess.
If we were looking to widen the sidewalks with the Magnolia ADA project, the absolute last drop dead date that we would entertain would be the December 31st, because that would be the date they absolutely
for the parklets in the red zone.
Correct.
For the parklets in the red zone.
Yeah.
And for if we're looking at widening the sidewalks as illustrated in alternative 2, both sides of the street. I'm sorry, I'm looking at this information on my phone screen. Help me, are there still parklets that are outside of the impact area?
Yes, so if we were to widen the sidewalks on that 1 block of Magnolia, you would still have 2 parklets outside of that area. Plus there's a pending application for a 3rd. The staff report does also detail what an additional cost would be for widening the sidewalk outside of the Magnolia project where those other parklets are.
Great, I'm interested in that as well, just for the record. Thank you.
Okay, I think Councilmember Wade, did you have your hand up,
I think it's Gabe Paulson you're seeing there. And
Oh, well, okay, right.
I'll
Oh,
come
well,
back.
Councilmember Paulson, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Julian, two questions. One, just looking at item 4A at the moment, what value would widening the sidewalks have outside of dining? For example, as you walk up Magnolia, Bank of the West, ambiance, some of the retail stores, you'd mentioned that there might be some additional benefits, and I'm wondering what they are. And second question is, it seems like we're discussing the loss of 19 parking spots, without looking at our downtown area parking plan. And if that's not true, let me know how that's been incorporated into this discussion.
Yeah, so as far as the parking goes, this is just something that's kind of come up as far as the schedule of the ADA project goes. So it definitely has not been fully vetted with the community. We have not identified, we've looked for the low-hanging fruit. We've definitely been looking at all of the neighboring streets to see if we can restripe and reconfigure and somehow compensate for spaces for the parklets that may end up there. And then in addition for 19 is not something that you're going to fit in the existing footprint. It's going to have to be something that we don't have in place today that's going to require a parallel process to identify.
If I could jump into, Julian, on the first question that Councilmember Paulson asked, I think most communities dealt with the parklet issue when the pandemic arrived, focused on dining because the synergy was there, and dining establishments were the businesses that were willing to make the investment to build a parklet. When you mentioned, I don't know, the bank's probably not a great example, but if we pick any one of the boutiques or smaller businesses in the Magnolia corridor, the question that was presented to them was essentially, do you want to spend a certain amount of money to construct an outdoor space? And I don't think any of them saw a significant return on that investment, but no one's ever asked them if the sidewalk was wider and you could operate at essentially no infrastructure cost to you right outside your shop, would you do that? I think all of us have visited communities where smaller businesses, particularly boutique type businesses, do display wares outside of their store when the space is available to them. So it's difficult. We can't really directly answer your question because we haven't had that question posed to these businesses, but anecdotally, I think we can point to other communities and say, we see this happens when that opportunity is presented.
And I'm sorry, when you say you see this happens when opportunities are presented, well, what's the this?
We see a retail operation elect to present some of its goods and services out in the public space, out in the sidewalk.
On the sidewalk. Okay.
Mayor, if I may, just to follow up on those comments, my concern is that I think 4A is a much, and given that there's a imminent decision, based on doing the ADA construction in January, is a much more substantial strategic long-term decision than 1 and 2. To me, extending the Parklet deadline, as I see it, is largely about is being made whole. So even, tonight I went out and dined. I would say, we're looking at Pico's and Left Bank and Ruli's and some of the others. Lots of people are not willing to dine indoors right now. So there's a short-term acute pressure, which is understandable. And I think we'll talk about that in a moment. But widening the sidewalk is fundamentally changing, one of the key requirements of parking, and without a real proven business value. And I just want to be very careful how we proceed, on 4A. If it's postponed, that's great, but either way, let's really think that one through carefully.
And those are fair comments, and we'll and I think it's helpful for you to note that we have two categories of issues in this item that we want to address separately. And the first one is the date for removing the temporary permits for the parklets that are there. And then there's that other category of issues that I think we can separately address. Councilmember Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dan, I have two questions. The first is there were a couple of letters that were submitted asking about the historic designation of downtown Larkspur and that parklets or some of the changes may affect that. I was hoping you could give us your thoughts on those requirements and if anything we do would affect that. The second comment I had was, or question was, it feels like if we're going to be talking about the sidewalk bypasses and losing parking spaces, that ties into 8.2 with the, are we going to move the library? Are we going to create parking on Rose Lane? Is that a possible way to offset the parking loss by increasing the sidewalks? So I almost feel that those two should be talked about together. And I was wondering your take on that.
So to address the historical component that's in the comments, I think those comments are apropos if you're considering allowing parklets as a permanent feature. I think then you're essentially saying you are open to structures that were not contemplated as part of the historical district now being part of the district. And so there are experts in the area of historical classification that would probably need to be brought in to evaluate whether or not parklets present a cost, so to speak, in terms of the designation of a historical district. So if the council tonight or in a future meeting wants to consider a policy for permanent or longer term parklets, it would probably be appropriate at that time to seek counsel from someone who's an expert in this subject. I don't think there's a historical concern in terms of the short-term allowance. I also don't think we would be jeopardizing the designation to, if you consider widening the sidewalks. I have enough familiarity with this subject to feel comfortable that reducing the parking and widening the sidewalk won't have a significant impact on the historical designation. I think I think your conversation is already pointing out that while we really want at least to get some direction on the removal date for the temporary situation, you're right. I think it's hard to completely unwind or unbind these bigger questions because as soon as you start to talk about anything longer term, you start to have to ask questions about parking. And I think, again, we realized we should at least bring you this idea that the sidewalks could be widened. And as soon as you have that conversation, parking is part of that conversation. So I understand and agree with you that it's difficult to completely separate the two.
Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Helmer's hands up.
Just a quick question. I'm really trying to be careful not to get out ahead of the conversation, but Gabe's questions, his concerns expressed about parking, I feel obligated to at least put this out there. And somebody stop me if I'm stating something that's incorrect. The city has in place a parking authority, which is represented by and operated. It's the city public lot at the corner of Magnolia and Ward. That parking authority could use its existing authority to expand that lot to the north. I believe by the number of spaces we need to make up a shortfall if we were to widen the sidewalks. And I'm going to stop there. So I just, and this would require some sort of parking district formation for the downtown to use that common shared supply. So I just want to, I'm going to stop there and somebody correct me if I'd stated something incorrect, but I hope that's helpful as a concept. Thank you.
Maybe if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
I think for the benefit of not only the council, but the public in terms of the idea of expanding the lot or any other potential parking approach that we want to take, it's important to recognize that then comes the question of how things get paid for. And rather, I think tonight, getting into the weeds of parking authorities, parking districts, parking and building business improvement districts, which we could spend hours on. I think the key thing to say tonight is when and if we have this conversation about how do we address loss of parking, or do we accept loss of parking spaces, whether you want to expand the lot, we need money to do that, to acquire property. And then you get into questions of, is the general fund doing that, or are you taxing somebody to do that? We periodically get asked if we want to have parking meters, which an authority or a parking district might potentially do. That's something we can talk about too, but again, there's an investment cost and a return, and we haven't brought you any of that material tonight. So I think the best things to acknowledge, the vice mayor's correct. There are tools out there available to the city to pursue different parking options, but those are their own conversations and they require the support of different elements of the community, depending on how we're going to try to pay for things.
Thank you, Dan. That you said it much better than I could have.
No, but thank you, Vice Mayor, for introducing that issue, because what it does is it highlights the fact that this is a more complex series of issues that we will have to address over time, which is why I want to make sure we're focused on, first of all, making a decision on the removal date for the temporary permits, and then at least giving some feedback and direction to staff on the other issues.
Agreed. And Mr. Mayor, we're narrowed this evening, but I do want to point out this is an incredibly exciting and potentially transformative discussion we're starting.
Yeah, and that's why I thanked you for bringing it up. Councilmember Way.
So two questions, Julian. First, I'd really like to sort of delve a little bit more into the timeline, since the staff report says you'll be approaching City Council for authorization to bid in October of this year. So that's a few months away, meaning that, do you think between October, November, and December, you'd have enough bids to be able to select a contractor to start the first week in January? Or is that January 1st start date sort of a moving target?
No, the after we did our engagement with the business community and looked at windows that would work for them, and in consideration of the fact that this work is in response to an ADA complaint, and we want to do it as soon as we can. The date that the whole schedule has been revolved around is that January 1st start construction. So the October bringing the plans to City Council is a date that's based on us starting construction January 1st. And typically it takes a month to bid a project and then a month for the contractor to get all of their documents and bonds in order. So you've got a 2-month window between being ready and doing the construction, and we've kind of set early October to give us a couple of weeks and an extra meeting if we need to still be able to hit that or wouldn't be January 1st, obviously, but the first week in January for starting construction.
Does that allow sufficient time that if we, after listening to public comment and discussion, want to consider 4A and 5 as alternative design ideas? Would that that 4-month window allow for that alternative design ideas to be generated?
It gives what we would do at that point is we would authorize the consultants to work on kind of a duplicate set of plans, kind of like you often do a project that has alternatives bid in, and then a contractor bids it both ways. And then when you ultimately award the project, you have the option of which project you would like to move forward with. So we wouldn't need a final yes, no on the widened sidewalk, but we would need to know that, yes, it's something we think is worth looking at. Let's start that process. And at some point down the road, we're going to award a contract to a contractor, and that's the date where we would need to make the commitment to yes, no. There's physically enough time for the consultant to modify the plans to get us to that point. But what it would likely mean is that they're already working on it in advance of us having that conversation with the community and about the parking. But they're spending the time getting the plans prepared so that when the day comes to start construction or actually award the contract, we have the option either or.
Okay, my last question, or I guess comment, is item 5, which are recommendation, or item 5, which is sort of creating a new sidewalk engagement landscape, was done in my hometown in the 1970s. And if people want to see how that looks, this was a modification to a historic downtown in Santa Cruz in the 1970s to create a more pedestrian friendly and gathering spot in a garden type of setting. And I think considering Vice Mayor Hilmer's comment, this may be an opportunity to really create a vibrant landscape downtown. So I'm interested in continuing to see what the community feels about that. Okay, that's my questions.
Okay, great. Any other, we're going to be coming back to this after we open it up to the public for their input. Anything else for the council, from the council now before we do that?
Just one comment, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I'm gonna frame this as conversation as nothing more than a continuation of our downtown specific plan, where we bring what is called in that document the garden downtown through the entire downtown, as Councilmember Way just alluded to. So this is really an exciting conversation. I can't tell you how thrilled I am about this. Thank you.
Okay, good. And again, we'll be coming back to it after we have heard from the public. But I'll ask one last time if anybody else on the council wants to ask a question of staff, and then we'll open it up to the public comment. Not seeing anybody at this point. So with that, we'll close this part of the discussion and open it up to the public. So I'll defer to our city clerk to run us through who's got their hands up.
Our first comment will be Kevin Carroll.
Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening again. I was struck in listening to the presentation and then the discussion of widening the sidewalks. I love in the diagram, the automobile used looked like a taxi with a top light on top of it. But the question that came up in my mind is I saw absolutely no mention of bicycles and bicycle lanes or how parklets would affect bicycles. And I remember earlier this year when you guys, there was a discussion about the e-bikes coming to the smart station and how people would use them. You hoped to come to downtown and what the possibilities might be for bike racks in the downtown area. And I think that kind of relates to the whole concept of how the streets are widened or not widened and where would the bicycle parking be, both plug-in and non-plug-in, but also bicycle lanes. And if that's something, if the city wants to keep the bicycles a couple of blocks away on the bike path, or do they want to have them on Magnolia? And I'm just surprised the subject hasn't come up or wasn't in any of the diagrams. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Who's next in the public?
Next, we'll have Frank Cayazzo.
Frank?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to first just say thank you to you guys for bringing this back up and discussing this. It's really uplifting and really awesome to hear you discussing all this. So thank you. And then first off, on the removal dates, I just hope that when you do vote upon that, or when you do discuss the date, that somehow you could incorporate just the current COVID situation and what's going on in the world, because it is ever changing. So to like have a hard deadline when you don't really know what the future beholds is challenging. So I just hope that you consider that with the date and the deadline. So thank you, everybody. I really appreciate all your hard work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Frank. Appreciate that. Who's next?
Next, we'll have John Schrump.
Okay, John? John, you're muted. John, you're still muted. Your hand's up, but you're muted.
Is this better? Yeah, hi, this is Carol Schrumpf. John and I share a computer. I just have a quick comment. Ruley is one of the main parklets in the area that you're planning on having a widened sidewalk. And I'm just wondering whether you and they have had any conversations. It's certainly a community gathering spot. And, you know, I'm just wondering how they and perhaps other businesses would be affected by loss of the parklet. I hope I'm sure you will be thinking about that, and also the relevance of COVID considerations. It would be one thing to get rid of the parklets when they're no longer needed for COVID, but at the moment they certainly are, and they get a lot of use. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that.
Next, we'll have James Holmes.
Okay, James, go ahead.
James Holmes, Larkspur. Just to be clear, are we supposed at this point to address the initial issue of the date, or are we also supposed to address the sidewalk expansion? I understand those are two separate items, and is public comment on both of them going to be taken together or separately?
I think this is your chance to provide it, because we've been covering both the issues through the council. So,
well, with regard to the date, the definitive consideration for parklets is COVID. COVID brought these into existence and as temporary accommodation. And when COVID abated, the plans were made to abate the parklets, and now COVID is back. And in that context, it seems unobjectionable to let them remain concurrently with the pandemic, if you will. But not until the shadow of COVID has abated, hopefully, around the same time that the project, the ADA project completes, do I think that permanency should be considered, because that will be in an entirely different context. Once COVID is again recedes, I predict that the enthusiasm for street eating, or cuisine a la carbon monoxide, as I call it, will abate also, and the traditional long-standing demand for parking will return. So I think it makes sense to defer that. I also think Larkspur can ill afford to take on a whole new regulatory regimen when it's already having a difficulty providing basic regulatory services now. With regard to the wide sidewalks, you know, the overall context here is that Larkspur is unlike most of the areas that have allowed parklets, or for that matter, wider sidewalks. Most of those areas have either more space, more parking areas like Mill Valley or Fairfax, or more streets in the business area, or maybe wider streets. Larkspur, by contrast is what they used to call in the Old West a string town, where all the businesses are ranged along one single street. And in Larkspur, it's a congested street. I mean, even a delivery truck stopped or someone parallel parking can tie up traffic. So I think that things that may work in larger or differently structured business areas are not necessarily workable in Larkspur. The fact remains that parking has been a critical problem in Larkspur for decades, and we really shouldn't separate out the loss of large amounts of parking unless we have a good way of replacing that parking elsewhere. I think that the current sidewalks are already very wide. They're 10 feet wide. That actually does allow, pardon me, a space for dining on 5 feet and then allowing a 5-foot walkway. So I don't think it's necessary to widen them further and lose parking. I also think it would be oddly asymmetrical to have a wider sidewalk on one side than another, and I think having symmetrical 10-foot sidewalks is consistent with Larkspur's existing historic downtown and should be remained.
Okay,
Just a couple of other
James,
items.
I really want you to wrap it up because you've gone on for almost 4 minutes now.
Well, we had two items, two agendized items were combined here. So then,
but I want everyone to have an equal chance to speak. So
yeah. I think you also have to consider the impact on adjacent areas, residential areas, of the loss of parking. So that's something that would be a significant consideration that you should take into account. So doing away with the side or expanding the sidewalks, doing away with the parking is very drastic, and I don't think it should be considered in a hurry-up basis.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, James.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Dan here. I just want to comment to the speaker's remarks. I think they were very, very, very well considered and very thoughtful, and I appreciate them very much.
I think we'll all agree with that, and I'm sorry to rush it through, but I want to make sure everybody has a chance to speak. So good. Let's go on to our next speaker. I think it's Joan Lundstrom.
Joan Lundstrom, Larkspur. I'm in the let's take this slow column along with Councilmember Gabe. I wonder what the merchants, the boutique merchants, would think of taking up the spaces in front of them where folks would might normally go in front of their shops, because there's not 100% of all the merchants feel that the parklets have benefited. And then also the sidewalk widening brings the sidewalks, as shown by the illustration, tables right next to where buses, trucks, and bicycles go by. And it's not as a garden setting as it might be called the garden district, but it's not a garden setting. It's on a major thoroughfare, and that needs to be taken into consideration. I think sitting next to bus fumes and bicycles going by. Also, just lastly, I talked with somebody who's here from, I'm still in Iowa, from Colorado, and in one of the parklets in front of restaurants, an office group took over 5 parking spaces. Why not have in the downtown, have people come out with real estate offices? You can have your clothing boutiques, all kinds of other things besides restaurants. Could in some point, especially if it's permanent, take a look at that. So at the minimum, check out with the merchants downtown how they think. Thanks.
Thank you, Joan. Who's next?
Next we'll hear from Michael Hooper.
Okay, Michael.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I hadn't heard of the ADA project until I started listening earlier on, and I kind of think it's like, in some ways, a happy coincidence, because, and I think we should treat it as an opportunity, but I think we need to give it an awful lot of thought. I very much like the idea of activating the sidewalk. I've been thinking for several years now that downtown needs a refresher. It kind of gotten a little less interesting, and you know, to people. And I think wherever you see people and you activate the sidewalk, it becomes more interesting and enlivens, you know, the place. That said, obviously parking is a problem, and we've known that for many years. But on the other hand, at the beginning of the pandemic, I think I noticed a trend, and that was a lot more of us locals were walking downtown. They weren't parking downtown. And yes, because of the parklets, the parking was constrained, but I don't think it's the locals that are being impacted, because we now tend to walk because we've gotten accustomed to it. I think the folks that will be missing out on the parking, frankly, will be people from out of the area. Maybe, you know, Kentfield, maybe Mill Valley, Sausalito, maybe even San Francisco. But I don't think the impact of the loss of a few parking spaces is particularly going to be missed by local residents. That said, I think this needs a lot of thought. It isn't necessarily the case, I don't think, that we need to eliminate parking on both sides of the street, and not even continuously on one side of the street. Some previous speakers have talked about buses and loading areas, and I can totally see that some spaces along the street probably wouldn't be appropriate. Somebody mentioned the bank. Probably, you know, that's not a spot where you need a parklet. But in front of Ruley, I think it's a brilliant idea. I think it livens up the street and it refreshes the very good and vibrant street that we've already got and have had. I think we can make it better. But I think you have to be very careful about how you do it. To this point in other towns, other cities.
And Michael, if you could wrap things up pretty quick.
And it may be that you just continue to maintain the sidewalk or the curb as it is, and do it more on a ad hoc basis. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for that. And before we go on to the next speaker, I just want to make sure everyone is reminded that Larkspur is a city that encompasses more than just the neighborhoods in close proximity to downtown. A significant component of the population of the city is in Greenbrae. So we need to make sure we're taking into account everyone's interests. The next public speaker.
Next, we'll hear from Chris Wheaton.
Go ahead, Chris.
Hi. Chris Wheaton from Larkspur, and I'm a big fan of expanding the sidewalks. I'm also a cyclist. I know a lot of bikers, not even from the community, come through here. So just from a safety standpoint, just to make sure that there's a bike lane or access for people coming through. And would love to see the parking issue resolved, but maybe that could be at some other location. I don't know enough about the long-term plans for the city, but possibly a parking facility or parking garage. Would love to see some sort of a land swap where some of the parking that's existing along Magnolia gets swapped out to sort of someplace off of Magnolia Avenue, and bringing those businesses forward along Magnolia Avenue, so we'd have a longer downtown strip there. That would, I think, be more appealing and attractive. But I know that's a much bigger fish to fry. So thank you for allowing the comments, and I think this is an exciting opportunity, especially given there's already road improvements taking place. So it sounds very efficient to do it at this time. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. Who's next?
We received emailed public comment following the 5 o'clock cutoff time to email ahead, and I'll read one aloud now. This comes from Larry Chu. To Mayor Haroff and Larkspur City Council, I applaud your prior actions to permit parklets for some of our local restaurants so they can operate outdoors during COVID-19. 1, to keep the businesses open, and 2, to provide a safer dining environment for our residents. Here are some general questions as broad policy considerations if the program is to be extended indefinitely. Only a handful of the downtown businesses provide parking and the rest are out of compliance. Do you want to further exacerbate the problem of inadequate supply for the whole business district for the benefit of only 4 businesses? There are 4 parklets with 4 different looks. Even with some element of design review, how will it ever integrate with the look and feel of the historic downtown and its status as one? Given the past ADA litigation against the city, if this work is postponed, will the city be exposed to additional legal action? The parklets are right up against vehicular traffic. If the city endorses and approves these structures, how much risk and liability is the city taking on? The $3,900 annual rental fee is about $10 per square foot per year. By renting out the public right-of-way at a significant discount to restaurants' indoor space, would the increased profit margin and expanded capacity be considered a gift to public funds? Can this be equitably applied to any merchant who wants one? If you decide to terminate the program and the ADA work can be postponed, a set termination date seems arbitrary given the uncertainties of the virus and its variants. I would suggest using an approach that ties the removal of the parklets to the community risk associated with COVID-19. Once the risk is low and it is sustained for 30 days, the merchants get a 60-day notice. In effect, there is a 90-day runway. The risk metric at a low level can be determined by the Marin County Health and Human Services. As examples, common metrics for low risk level is a 7-day moving average of less than 1 new case per day per 100,000 people, infection rate of less than 0.9, and a positivity rate under 3%. Thank you for the opportunity to comment and for your consideration. Larry Chu.
Well, thanks to Larry in absentia. So we all very good comments. And we have another email.
We have one further email, so it's a bit shorter. This comes from Arlene F. Question for the City Council. Has anyone considered how downtown sidewalk widening will impact Magnolia Avenue as a major evacuation route? These 2 public comments have also been saved to our online agenda packet if people wish to read them. And I'm looking for any further raised hands or emailed public comments. And there are no further comments.
Okay, good. Well, that was helpful discussion. So we'll bring it back now. We'll close the public input part of this item and bring it back to the council. And again, what I'd like to encourage us to do is to keep separate the first 2 items, which I think we needed a formal decision tonight from the remaining items for which I think we just need to provide, some consensus and direction to carry the issue forward. But we do need decisions on items 1 and 2. So with that, I'll open it up to the council again before we entertain motions. Go ahead. I think Councilmember Paulson was the first one to raise his hand.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I'll just stick to 1 and 2, and just to summarize my sense of the issue and the public input so far. I think all of us agree that there's the trajectory of COVID is still unknown, and again, dining is impacted. I would say that one policy measure is we should go for consistency. So whether a parklet is in the footprint of the Magnolia ADA or not, that's a matter of public works, not a matter of generally extending space for people to work through COVID. So I would encourage that all businesses are considered equally, and that, as you mentioned earlier, could be in Green Bay or in North Magnolia, and also that the deadline of November does seem there's, by extending the deadline, we're not impacting whether the downtown will be historic. We're not impacting term parking situation. In the short term we are, but it seems like the business needs, from what I've gathered, are real, and the businesses do benefit from allowing outdoor dining. And so we should consider extending that to sometime into 2022. Thank you.
Okay, and just for clarification, if I understand your comments, if you're saying extending the date of removal into 2022, does that mean we have to put off the ADA project?
No, I would say that
because I think it kind of does.
Well, let me clarify. I think that if we say that if there is no public work activity going on that requires removal, you can continue till, say, June of 2022 or whatever that date decides to be. If you happen to be in that zone, then it has to come down for other reasons, which are not, related to our parklet policy. So this would, in our case, affect the Ward Street and Pico, sort of the southern part of Magnolia, but not for reasons that we can foresee. I mean, the public works plan is in place, and business have to work around that.
Oh,
Can
okay.
I ask a question,
Vice Mayor Helmer, please.
Well, I need help in defining what I see as optimal. For those that have, and this, my feelings about these dates and everything has changed as of tonight. So everything you're going to hear from me is new. And there's a question at the end of this, and help me to frame the proposal correctly. Anything involving future city work, or not involving future ADA work or widening of sidewalk work, if people have parklets that are, we should extend those at a date that is maximum, as long as possible, and maybe it requires a separate conversation. The widening of the sidewalks, does that change what was previously considered to be in the ADA project and out of the ADA project? It sounds like widening of all the sidewalks changes what we're calling, quote, the project, from what is, quote, called the ADA project. Is that right?
Is that a question for Julian? I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
I think Julian can clarify that.
Yeah, so the widening of the ADA sidewalks on the one block from Ward to Kane would be included with the Magnolia ADA project. It would become a part of it. It would be interwoven into that 3-month January through March window that we discussed. So it doesn't change the footprint or the timing of that project. It changes the scope only of that project, in that portion of the corridor we were going to pave, we would now instead put sidewalk. But it doesn't.
And there'd be an associated cost with that, which you pointed out earlier.
Sure.
Yeah, it would not change the impact to the businesses. We would still show up on that first Monday or whatever of January and start to systematically remove and replace portions of the improvements.
So just so I'm on the same page with your description, I'm going to call it the maximum sidewalk widening. Includes areas outside of what are the ADA project, but include areas that now have parklets in.
No, so the proposed area where we would widen the sidewalks, as we showed in the slides tonight, is completely within the footprint of the ADA project.
But there are areas where there are parklets now where we may want to consider widening sidewalks.
Right.
In
So
addition to that.
yes, the staff report did describe a cost if there was a desire to widen sidewalks outside of the footprint of the ADA project. That's outside of the 75,000 and the 100,000, and it's outside of that January through March timeframe. That's
okay.
That was provided as an example for those other locations. Two of those locations, well, one of them is, so if it's on Magnolia, and there was a desire to widen the sidewalks outside of the Magnolia ADA project, then the most likely time to do that widening would be with the paving of Magnolia in the summer of next year.
Okay, so therefore, the date for those parklets should be, for removal should be, you tell me.
To not conflict with the ADA project would be May 30th of next year.
Okay,
Sorry,
so
the
I'm trying to find what's the worst case under the going forward with construction of the project of a sidewalk widening project. What would be the proper date for removal of the parklets? So it sounds like
our city
May
manager,
3rd.
I think, is raising his hand. He may have a response to that.
If the council would indulge me, I'd like to frame this discussion slightly differently because I think it may have lost a couple of key points. Point one is we have to do a project in January of this year, and we felt an obligation to the council and the community to point out that at a very modest increase to the project cost, we could add an element, and that element is widening the sidewalk. It's a unique opportunity where one policy issue happens to align with another policy issue at a reduced cost. So that's why that came to you. You could decide to widen the sidewalks in 2 years. It'll just cost a heck of a lot more money than what it will cost if you decide to do it as part of this project.
Mr. Mayor, I think I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Additionally, I think what may have gotten lost in all of this is when the ADA project's done, if you choose to just do it without widening the sidewalk, there's nothing that says you couldn't tell the businesses who had to remove their parklets that they could put them back. And that was actually what I wanted to say in response to Councilmember Paulson's comment. So in trying to create balance and equity, you can tell those affected businesses, if we want to allow parklets, let's just arbitrarily pick June 30 of 22 as the next time you would visit the issue. Then the affected entities, basically in April, they could put theirs back if you wanted to let them do that. So that should be on the table as well as part of your discussion.
And just for clarification, because I do think it's important, the ADA project is going forward, and we can come back to that. But I do think it's important to have a discussion about the removal date, because we have a decision already that has been made, and the issue before us is whether we want to revisit that decision. And just for clarity, the decision that was made before, as I recall the conversation, was the ADA project is going to go in beginning the first week of January. So the temporary permits for the parklets that are up now within the project area, at least, they got to have an end date. The last end date would be December 31st, because the project is going to get built beginning in the first week of January. Some of the consideration for the November 15th date, which we can revisit, was to kind of create a balance between the interests of those businesses that are enjoying the current opportunity to have parklets with the holiday season, where there may be higher levels of business and traffic and need for parking to accommodate those other businesses in addition to the restaurants. Now we can revisit that decision, but I just want to make sure it's understood that that was the discussion that occurred that led to the November 15th date. But the bottom line is that permits are temporary in nature. They've always been temporary in nature. They will come to an end, and they will need to come to an end in order to accommodate the ADA project. Catherine Way?
In reference to that,
You know what? I'm sorry. Before jumping to you, Catherine, I think Councilmember Kendall had his hand up a little bit first. So I'm going to go ahead.
Actually, yeah, I think Catherine had her hand up before me. So I'll speak after Catherine.
thank you, Scott.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
In reference to that ADA comments that were made by Larry Chu in his email, do you have an opportunity to speak to that, whether there is an opportunity to postpone, whether there's further litigation that would be involved? Does that increase our liabilities? I just want to make sure we're clear to the public that we are under what constraints we are in regards to a settlement in regards to creating a safe ADA accessible downtown.
So several years ago, the city received complaints about the lack of ADA compliance on Magnolia from city limit to city limit. And the city went through an extensive settlement process to work out and agree to a plan to address all of these elements. The city takes accessibility seriously. The settlement was as much about the timetable as it was about the city's commitment to accessibility. So as part of the settlement, we did agree to have all of the project from city limit to city limit done over a period of time. We actually reached the end of that window, but we feel that the complainant recognizes that COVID caused us some delay in the final stages. And we feel the complainant at this time, if we finish this last segment, which is the most intense of all the compliance measures, will be understanding. But I do fear the city would expose itself to significant liability were you to try to postpone this any further.
Thank you for that, because I think that's important for people to understand that this is a time constraint that we have little control over at this point in the process. Thanks.
And thanks for that clarification. I think that was implicit in my suggestion that we do have kind of a drop dead date to get the ADA project going. But there's a reason why we have that drop dead date. And I think that discussion was helpful in clarifying it. Now we'll go back to Mr. Candell.
Thank you. Okay, so here are my thoughts. I know we have a lot of stuff on the agenda, so I'm going to try to wrap this up if I can. The parklets were put up in an emergency situation, very little design review. I think it's fine because it's COVID, it's still an emergency. I'm going to suggest we extend the date until April 1st. The reason I'm picking April 1st is because I think the ADA portion has to come down January 1st for other reasons, has to be down between January 1st and April 1st, because that's when the work is going to be done. And I don't think they should go back up unless they have design review. So by April 1st, we need to decide as a council, are we going to allow parklets? And if so, what is our design review process? And then they can conform with the design review and we can have parklets, or we can say we're going to widen the sidewalk, and then we won't need parklets there. But I think that gives us an amount of time to extend so that the people dealing with COVID can have the outdoor space. It also gives us time to figure out And I also would recommend that we direct staff to give us a report on extending the sidewalks. Can we put in a bike lane? What are alternatives for parking? These are all things that have to be decided. We can't decide right now, but we shouldn't punt it. We should direct staff to come back to us with these options so that we can vote on this quickly. And if we do decide to widen the sidewalks, we can do it by January 1st. So that's my thoughts on the way to move forward with this.
So Scott, can I just ask you to clarify, you're proposing that the removal date for parklets within the footprint of the Magnolia ADA project be January 1st or December 31st, let's just say.
Correct.
Okay, and that the parklets that are not within the footprint, you're saying April 1st.
Correct, because that way, by the time the ADA project is done, right, they'll be ready to put their parklets back up. But I think it would be unfair to them to put back a parklet that we're going to have them take down a month later for design review reasons. That if they're going to put parklets back up, they should either do it right or we should have some other policy in place by then.
Okay. Interesting.
That's a helpful clarification, and just a reminder that at least the way the staff report has presented this issue on the removal date, we can either decide item 1 and 2 together, or we can decide them separately, and they may have different outcomes depending upon what the council prefers. So I see Councilmember Paulson.
Yeah, I wanted to appreciate Scott's the cleanness of and the fairness, and again, just to reiterate what I was saying before, I think that our policy, our deadline for removing the parklets and the ADA project are somewhat independent, so that applying the same for all, like removing conditions 1 and 2 on the screen now, saying, look, doesn't matter if you're in the footprint or not, this is when parklets come down, is quite important. My only amendment, Scott, I would say that taking it down, putting it up, it seems to be like a house, where there's a major effort. I don't think it takes that long to put up a parklet. I'm more concerned about, businesses having the flexibility to continue. So while I'm not opposed to your date, looking at all the other towns around us, like San Rafael, and except for Corte Madera, if you look at the staff report, they're generally allowing this to go into the summer. That was my original thought, just to really give businesses a chance to fully recover. And I don't think those extra months are going to hurt anybody, but we do be decisive and clear. That part of your April deadline, I really agree with. At some point, the council needs to have a good decision. It needs to be fair and clear, design review or no parklet. But I would just give it some more time, because I do think it'll benefit businesses, and I don't see a real loss, to anybody.
I agree with you. I will amend my suggestion to June 30th instead of April 1st, with the understanding that if a business takes its parklet down for the ADA project, if they spend the money to put it back up in April, that they're on notice that it's only going to be up for 2 months. And if that's their decision, so be it. I just don't want them to be disappointed. We just put our parklet up and now I got to take it down a month later and I just spent $10,000. I just want it to be fair to those merchants that are not going to feel misled. That as long as it's clear, I'm fine with that.
Okay, unless there's any further comment, I'm kind of inclined to call the question on items 1 and 2.
All right, so should I make a motion? Is that how that works?
So what, I'm sorry, Catherine?
Before you do that, I feel it's important. I mean, we're throwing out dates, which I understand, where we're coming up with some comparisons, but I really feel like it's important for Public Works Director to weigh in on the feasibility of those things in reference to the project and other ongoing needs that we have in that corridor. Are we throwing out dates that are not consistent with what your needs are for public works planning?
And Catherine, if I may, I appreciate that. And I'm going to amend it again because I just looked back at my notes and the Measure B work has to be done by June 1st. So maybe that makes sense as the date that all the parklets come down so that, otherwise, again, people are putting them up and putting them down and it just seems like a nice clean date. that coincides with Public Works might make more sense. But
And
I'm
again,
sorry,
just
to step on your toes if you wanted to chime in.
just as a reminder, the ADA project is scheduled to begin in the first week of January.
Right.
So certainly at a minimum, parklets that are within the ADA project area, they'll have to come down.
Yeah.
Then we do have a separate question about whether we want, after those come down, to allow other parklets to continue. Now, there could be an equity question there. I think there kind of is. It has always struck me as appropriate to treat everyone equally, given the fact that many of these businesses, they're just going to have to take their parklets down because we're not going to postpone the ADA project. But that's a decision. And that's why I think this was separated out into two items: for parklets within the footprint of the Magnolia ADA project and for parklets that are not within the footprint of the Magnolia ADA project. And the question in my mind is really twofold. When is a good time to terminate the temporary permits, given the fact that we are coming up into the holiday season and there will be disparate impacts between different businesses? And make a decision whether we want to treat everybody on an equal basis or we want to give advantages to some of those businesses that have parklets that just happen to be outside of the project area.
Mr. Mayor, Dan here. I hate to complicate your consideration, but also we should consider what impact area of a maximum sidewalk widening project looks like and what parklets are impacted by that, because I think that's a different group than those you've just defined.
So is it possible that I can get an answer to my question, which is kind of a Public Works question, or a Dan Schwartz waving his hand question?
Yeah, Dan Schwartz waving his hand.
I can't really offer you a possible path to Mayor Haroff's comments about equity or fairness, but I'd like to suggest a way to capture the spirit of what Councilmember Candell is proposing, which is, I think you could make your motion. We would like the Public Works Director to extend the temporary permits through June 30, but the Public Works Director will be reminding everyone who's received one of these permits that certain public works projects are coming, and he is going to order you to remove your parklet for the duration of that project. Whether or not you want to put it back is a conversation between the Public Works Director and the business, because he has that discretion to let them operate in the parking space. But I think that would capture what Councilmember Candell wants to do, which is to say, let's pick a date out in the summer. Julian can work it out with folks. He's going to tell them when they have to be away, and he's going to tell them when they can come back. And if they want to spend that money, that's up to them. And we would then schedule the next discussion in early June or late May about how's COVID looking and where are we going. That would be my suggestion on a way, I think, to capture what you were discussing. That other issue of parklets that are totally out of it is a different thing. So.
Through the mayor, I'd like to ask Dan to, when you provide that information, that you make it clear that you're going to be asking people to remove their parklets prior to the June date.
Well, so what I'm suggesting is if you were to make the motion the way I structured it, there are two parklets that are going to be notified that they have to come down by January 1st so that a particular public works project can occur.
Great.
Julian has the discretion when that project's done to say, if you want at your expense to restore your parklet, you can do so. I recognize Councilmember Candell wanted to maybe throw design review in there. Which I think we could work on in the interim. Then for the parklet that's in one of the blue zones, Julian could then just notify them, here's when your parklet has to go away so we can do the work in your area. and you can put it back afterward if the council extends out the date. I do know just from being fairly familiar with all the parklets, the Pico is the one that's affected by the second project and is probably the least intensive to remove and restore of any of the parklets. So at least I actually think they've been pretty wise in that respect. So there's my suggestion. Thank you for indulging me.
No, we appreciate
Thank you
it.
for the great information. Pico, I think, has done the best job of anticipating the widened sidewalk future of the area.
So,
Kind of setting it up as a stage set for that.
so just to clarify, Dan, with your comment there, and moving it into what Scott had asked, if between January and April and the ADA project's done, and let's say Mag's Yogurt wants to put back up a parklet, we will by that time say, we'll have design review about what that looks like, and also a deadline for that termination, which would be whatever, June 1st or 30th.
I mean, I think a longer term discussion that's probably suited to another meeting.
Okay.
Is I'm not sure whether design review is necessary if these things are temporary. I mean, design review becomes necessary if these things are going to be around for a long time. Other than if you really want to change the aesthetics of the temporary situation, we can do some design review.
And one last question: how do we reconcile this then with the staff report in which there are possible staging needs for construction equipment and materials that will be outside of the footprint of the ADA?
Well, again, I think you keep in mind those permits are very explicit that Public Works Director at any time can order the removal of a parklet because it's necessary for a public purpose. So whether or not you pick another date, if Public Works says that thing's got to move or go, it's going to go. That's not an option. And so I don't sound particularly harsh. We were clear from day one with everybody who pulled a permit that this was a temporary situation and circumstances are fluid and we might need to revoke this permit at any time. So I think any representation differently wouldn't be accurate.
All right, having heard that, I would like to make a motion. I would like to move that we extend the permits until June 30th, keeping the same conditions in place that are in place now concerning the city's ability to have them removed at will.
Second.
But wait, for parklets that are on the footprint of Magnolia and leave the footprint, the ones that are off the footprint separate, because that's 1 and 2.
All parklets would be extended until June 30th with the understanding that if there is a public works project that affects their particular parklet, they would be required to remove that parklet in accordance with the original agreement that they made, or the conditions that were originally made to allow the city to do its public works projects.
And just for clarification, I think what you're just basically saying is that the temporary permits are would be extended until June 1st because the Public Works Director already has the authority to tell them to take it down at any time a decision is made that that's necessary to accommodate the work, whether it's within the project area or adjacent to it. If it's necessary in order to accomplish the project, the Public Works Director has the authority to say take them down.
Correct. I'm just making clear that this new extension does not change any of the conditions of the original granting of the ability to have your parklet.
Okay, and I see our city manager is just taken left the scene. Can I just ask the city manager, is a motion to accomplish that purpose consistent with what we need?
Councilmember Kendall and I are aligned here in what would work for staff. Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. So, so again, for clarification, the motion extend the temporary permits to June 1st, retaining every other aspect of the conditions of the permits, including the ability of the Public Works Director to tell anybody who has a parklet, it's got to come down to accommodate the work.
Yeah, although I think the motion said June 30, not June.
Was it June 30th? I'm sorry, I misspoke. That's fine. So we have that, if that's the motion, which I understand it to be, I think we have the motion made and a second already offered by Councilmember Paulson. And so we will call a vote on that motion.
Councilmember Campbell,
Yes.
Councilmember Paulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Way,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hilmer,
Yes.
Mayor Hara.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, through the mayor, could I just recommend that we as a council at this point direct staff? It sounds like several council members are interested in the possibility of extending the sidewalk. So can we ask staff to come back with some more specifics concerning a bike lane, considering alternative parking options, just something, because the time frame that if we are going to extend the sidewalks, we want to do it January 1st. I don't want to kind of let this sit. I'd like to be aggressive about pursuing it.
Julian, do you think it'd be reasonable to return in the second meeting in September to have that conversation? That would give us time to really push out to the community what the conversation is and give everybody a chance.
Yeah, that should work.
I do want to add one caveat. There is no bike lane there now, and we're unlikely to propose one go in. That's a Sharrows area. And I'm very proud I've learned what that term means. Thank you, Julie. So we probably won't come with anything about bike lanes, but we'll do the rest.
What is a Sharrows area?
It actually has striping and paint to remind everybody that bikes and cars are sharing the same space.
And the same with a lot of North Magnolia.
Yeah.
There's the roadway is marked that bicycles can ride in the roadway.
But I know some of the public speakers mentioned bike lanes, so I just want to remind everybody there isn't one there.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, so we have a motion that we've adopted on the end date for the temporary permits, and I'm thinking the suggestion is based upon the discussion and the input from the council and the public at this point. We're going to defer this until that second meeting in September, or is there additional direction you need from us tonight?
No, I'll summarize so we can move on to the other item. I know there's a lot of folks here for that. We're going to come back at the second meeting in September with an item to discuss the implications of widening the sidewalk as part of the Magnolia ADA project, and also part of other projects potentially, because I heard some council members wonder about areas outside of the ADA zone. I think as a secondary matter, it would be appropriate as part of that conversation to address the issue of the number of parking spaces that are potentially being lost, and speak to some degree within the staff work about Vice Mayor Hilmer's questions about how do we go about adding more parking within the downtown, and what are mechanisms available to the city to do that.
Through the mayor, Dan,
yes, please.
Could you please also, in the range of things considered, think about the parking supply that would be required to change the zoning for those properties downtown that currently cannot provide on-site parking?
I'll make sure we give you the opportunity to talk about that. We'll provide some information.
And I'm sorry, through the mayor?
Yes.
Dan, would it be an appropriate time to bring up the possibility of meters if we're going to be looking at parking, or is that, I don't want this to turn into a blob where it keeps growing and growing, but that it just seems related.
I think we'll bring it all, but we'll craft it so we've got some tight questions that have deadlines and questions that can keep going forward that might take a lot longer to vet. And we'll make sure all of that's in there, including meters.
Thank you.
Okay,
Again,
that's fine.
Through the mayor, I just want to clarify the reason I asked that question about what in the change in parking supply would be required to change the zoning for those properties downtown that currently cannot provide on-site parking. This would allow, if we were to go to widening the sidewalks through the downtown, the objective would be to increase the number of properties that currently would not be allowed to under current parking conditions, but would be allowed to under the future condition to bring in more restaurants to the downtown.
You have faded into the dark, Dan.
Yeah, I was going to say, just to make a technical point, Dan, you may want to consider turning on a light.
I'm gonna do that
because you've disappeared
To the
from view.
woods.
All right,
Okay.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we've got sufficient direction.
Okay, that sounds good. So we've had our motion. It's been adopted, and we have provided additional direction to staff for further consideration of the items 3 through 5, or as they may be modified based upon further reflection. So with that, let's close this item out and move on to agenda item 8.2, which is condition of Larkspur City Hall and options for renovating and or rebuilding and or repurposing that facility, including temporarily or permanently relocating city operations from where they are currently being conducted. So with that, I'll ask for a staff report.
Again, Mr. Mayor, I have brief comments, and then I'm going to turn it over to Julian Skinner to walk you through a brief presentation. Everybody who has been in City Hall, everyone who has followed council discussions for years knows that the city's long been concerned about elements and conditions in City Hall. That part's not a surprise. What has come to a head and has necessitated us bringing this item this evening is that the problems are reaching a magnitude where the cost to address them is growing exponentially. And additionally, we're reaching a point where a number of the elements that are starting to fail in the building present a problem where we're going to have to overhaul the entire building. And Julian's going to speak more to that. But I wanted to tee it up by placing emphasis on, I'm sitting in the building right now. I spend a lot of time in the building. I have brought my son to this building many times, and I don't want people to think they can't still come to the building. We are not at a place where that's our concern. What our concern is, we don't want to have to one day put a sign on the door that says, sorry, the elevator stopped working permanently, and therefore by law, under accessibility rules, we need to close the building. We don't want that to be what happens. We don't want to have to say, we opened up one of the walls and the problems are so bad, we're shutting City Hall down, sorry. We want to be proactive. And so the point tonight is to start a conversation that we've been working toward for a long time. And there's a lot to this conversation. One is, where are we going to go in the short term? Second is, where are we going to go for the long term? Third is, what's the plan for the building at 400 Magnolia? Tonight's about starting the conversation and giving us some general direction. And there's a lot more to talk about than tonight. And there's a lot of decisions that we'll be bringing to you over the coming council meetings and months. So I just want folks to understand that context as they hear the presentation from Julian this evening. And I will turn it over to Julian.
And that's fair. And just for purposes of keeping people focused, I think the issues are kind of nicely summarized, I think, on page 4 of the staff report. So if people, as we're listening to Julian's presentation, can kind of think about those things in reaction to what we are hearing tonight, that might be helpful. And Julian, it's yours.
Thank you. Share my screen here again. Okay. So as the city manager mentioned, we have a short presentation. It's got a lot of information in it. And I'm going to go over the agenda. Just briefly going to talk about the building, 400 Magnolia, the uses of the building, and then talk about the condition that we recently had an updated report on. And then what staff's recommendation would be given what's in that conditions report moving forward. And so there's a whole lot of options that are listed, and there's a whole lot of options that are not listed in there either. There should be probably another category or another description for a lot of the things we're going to propose to you tonight. It's not a complete list. It's the things that have come to us in assessing the condition of the building and looking to move forward. And so we're certainly looking for feedback on some of what these ideas are, if they seem like good ideas or ideas not to be brought up again, or if there's other ideas in addition to them. And what we're going to be talking about here is options for where the city hall function should be, where the library and the city council function should be in the future, given that I'm going to recommend that we start looking at a pretty significant rehabilitation project for the 400 Magnolia building. And then we'll also have a discussion of what should be the temporary accommodations for the activities that are currently taking place in 400 Magnolia, should we decide to move forward with a significant remodel or rebuild of the building. And then if we land on some of those current uses should not be in 400 Magnolia, then there's another conversation about what should be in the building. So those are all the things I'm going to cover tonight and throw out there and look for feedback and open it up for community discussion also. So just in summary, this is the functions that are currently at 400 Magnolia. City offices, most of the city offices and the square footage that they comprise in the building is in the last column. So there's 2,400 feet of city offices, about 4,000 square feet of library, council chambers, just under 1,000 square feet. And then there's 1,800 square feet of support. And that's everything other than those things. So that's bathrooms, hallways, kitchen, everything that supports all of the functions in the building, for a total of 9,300 square feet. And as you can see, built in 1913, over 108 years old, and as we'll get into later, predates building codes. So, so as I mentioned, and as the city manager mentioned, for those of us that spend any amount of time in the building, it's not much of a surprise that a lot of the systems and components of the building are very old, and some of them function to varying degrees. We've had some city council meetings late at night in the summer where we've had multiple mobile air conditioning units in the room. And that's a function of a system that was designed long ago, has been band-aided, repaired, components replaced many times, but it's not the HVAC, and that's heating, ventilating, and air conditioning. It's not the system that you would design or put in a building today or even 20 years ago. It's a mixture of different components, and there are certain parts of it that work and certain parts of it don't. And even when all of them work, all of those parts put together is not the best way to heat and ventilate that building. So those are some of the issues we're working with. The electrical is the same. I'm told there's 3 different electrical networks and systems throughout the building. They've been added onto over time, and yes, they function, but another system that's close to the end of its life and is not close to what you would find in a modern building today. And based on its age and how it's been band-aided over time, it's subject to failure at any time. And a lot of these items that could fail are things that could jeopardize occupancy of the building. If there's no electricity, we're not going to be in there. Certainly with everything going on with fires and COVID, in addition to the climate, the HVAC is something that you need in a building in order to operate. And then the fire alarm is another system. Yes, there's a fire alarm in the building, but it's very old and something that we would anticipate is going to need replacing soon. These are very expensive components, as I'll get to in a moment. And when you take those in addition to some of the other items, which is the next category, those are things we do have, but they're band-aided together. The next category is things that we don't have in the building that a modern building should have. As I mentioned, the building was built before uniform building codes. It does not have a lot of the connections and structural components that a modern building would have to withstand an earthquake. So it would need some significant improvements to improve the seismic resilience of the building. It also doesn't have fire sprinklers, and then it's deficient in accessibility. These two they're not minor components of the building. They're substantial, and they get into the structure. Accessibility is not just the height of a doorknob. It's a lot of widths, and it's a lot of pathways, and it's things that trickle throughout and affect other components of the building. And so any failure of these first systems that I mentioned, or the desire to improve the building with one of the bottom things that are missing, are going to be a significant improvement and a significantly invasive construction project on that building. And a lot of these things are interdependent. Sprinklers require big pipes that run throughout the building that affect the structure. So you wouldn't want to do a seismic installation and find out that you put some critical components in the way of where a fire sprinkler system should be, or vice versa. And so skip to the next slide here that kind of sums up what these costs are. When you look at all of these things together, and these are preliminary numbers, we have not done any design. This is basically an analysis looking at, in some cases, what's there, in some cases, the square footage of the building, what it would take to gut the building and improve everything to modern day standards or similar. You see some of the major components here. The seismic retrofit is 1.2 million, but that in of itself triggers a lot of other improvements. You cutting into walls, you're ripping up floors, you're getting into the framework. The 1.2 million is just the cost of improving all the connections, or adding shear walls, or adding some structural beams, adding some members. Everything else that you touch in the building to get to that point where you can make those improvements is going to be touched, and is going to have to be improved also. And then HVAC is another big ticket. And then electrical and lighting, as I mentioned before, some old systems, fire sprinklers. The renovation, including ADA, is kind of a capture all for if you're going to pull the building apart to fix everything that needs to be fixed. You're basically at the point where you're re-sheet rocking all your walls, you're moving walls around, you're replacing all the flooring, you're basically rebuilding the structure from within. And that's when you get to the bottom line of 10 million is pretty close to what it would cost to build a new building of that size from scratch. That's the extent of correcting all of the deficiencies in that building. And I should mention the report that we had done by Kitchell on the numbers. The bottom line here is an all-inclusive. So this 10 million is for your engineering, for your construction management. That's your all-in cost. That's the way that they presented the numbers.
Jillian, before you move on, I did want to note The council all received a copy of the Kitchell report today, and it's on the website with a link inside the agenda for members of the public who want to see that report.
So based on the conditions analysis that we undertook, and that's in combination with some studies. It's not the first time we've had a condition assessment on the building. We've looked at the seismic, and there's been reports before. This is just the updated. We're recommending that we start the efforts to look toward a significant rebuild or remodel of 400 Magnolia. And part of that, as the city manager mentioned, is we have components that if things don't behave and based on their age, it wouldn't be surprising if they didn't. We could find ourselves in a situation where we would have to close the facility, and then we would be scrambling for temporary accommodations and probably rushing through a project to get the building back online in not the most efficient manner. So what we're talking about here is being proactive and doing some planning and anticipating that at some point in the near future, something is going to occur in that building that's going to be very costly and impactful to operations. And we think it's prudent to start laying out a plan for proactively fixing the building. And so that leads then into a project of that size, whether we do a rebuild and we rebuild it from the inside out, or we decide that we build it again from the ground up. It's not, we would not be able to do either one of those, significant remodel or rebuild, and keep city staff, library, council chambers operating in that building. Those costs that I prepared on the first slide from the Kitchell report, those numbers would go up by a significant amount if we tried to undertake that project and maintain operations in the building. And then it's even a question of whether it would be feasible from a safety point of view to keep staff in a building and any city operations for such a significant project. So if we are looking at such a significant rebuild or remodel, then we're also looking at temporary accommodations for the operations that are currently in 400 Magnolia. So that's one part of the question. The other part of the question is, if we're going to invest that much money in rebuilding or renovating, remodeling the building, it stands to have a conversation about what should go back in that building if we're putting such an expense into it. We all know there's been conversations in the past about the desire to ultimately have the library in its own building. And so because of the issues with the size that we have there. So, you know, does it make sense to completely rebuild 400 Magnolia and put the library back in exactly where it is now? Probably not. So that opens up some other questions as to not only what should we be doing temporarily with these city operations, but where should they fit in a renovated 400 Magnolia building? Should they be part of that building or should they be elsewhere? So that goes for city offices, the library, and the council chambers. And we'll talk about some of those options. And then, as I mentioned before, that opens up the question, if City Hall doesn't look like it does today, only better in 3 years if we improve it, and some of those functions move out, then what should happen to 400 Magnolia, public or private use? So I put together, as I mentioned here, a matrix of some of the ideas that came to the forefront after reviewing the Kitchell report and realizing that we needed to start planning something longer term. There's definitely the room for some other options in here. And there may be some options in here that are not feasible or not desirable. And so part of what the ask is tonight is to get council's feedback on, yes, we should be moving forward and start the planning for a significant rework of 400 Magnolia. But then also at the same time, I don't think this or I don't think that is a feasible option in your matrix for where that use should be in the future, as well as suggesting some other things that should be thrown into the mix. So I've got this split into two categories, the temporary and the final. Some of them are the same. And then I've got a column for each of the city offices, the library, and the council chambers. The city offices is the one with the most options. And so we've got portable at CFP, which is going to show up a lot here. That's community facilities parcel. So a portable in the sense of this matrix means a temporary building. If you've seen the Public Works offices over on Doherty, immediately in front is Temescal High School. A few years ago, they put such portable units in the parking lot. So they don't necessarily look like construction trailers. You can get them. That's what they kind of start out as, but they can put them together to make double wide buildings. And you can put them on blocks, and you can put skirts and ADA ramps up to them so they don't look like a trailer, but they're portable. They're not on a foundation, and they're typically rented. So there's a rental cost, there's a setup cost, and a rental cost, and they're pretty much modular. So depending on what footprint you want, they put so many of these together, and they knock down the dividing wall so you can have a bigger space. So that's an option as a portable at the community facilities parcel. It's a parcel that we own that doesn't currently have any buildings on it. The other site that we contemplated was over at Piper Park. At one time there was a trailer there or a modular portable for public works operations. And so that pad is still sitting there where the public works trailer was. So we know there's utilities stubbed out in the general vicinity over there. So that's also a viable location for a temporary setup for a portable building. And then the next step up from a portable building would be a modular. So this is kind of like an enhanced portable building, but it typically will have some more durable finishes on it, and it will be connected with a foundation. So it will have a concrete foundation into the ground and a modular building on top. So this is more permanent. It's just not engineered from the ground up by an architect and from scratch on paper. You're using kind of building something with Legos. And also for city offices, there's the option of leasing space, leasing existing office space within the city. And then as is detailed in the staff report, there may be some opportunities for some shared space in some of the other departments for some of the city functions. We haven't been able to identify a location where the public planning counter would be, for example, but we're still early in the process. But we think we may be able to accommodate some of the city offices and some other existing city space. And so when we get into some of the later slides and we start talking about square footages, it doesn't necessarily have to be a 1-for-1. There could be some combinations. Temporary for the library, you have the same options, the portable and the modular at the community facilities party, as well as leasing space. We don't think we have a share space option for the library. And again, I should state here that temporary is probably a 2 to 3 year. This is not a months thing. This is probably a 2 to 3 year temporary relocation. And then for the council chambers, because of its sporadic use, we're thinking that a shared agreement with another public entity might be the best interim plan for setting up a council chambers. It doesn't really make sense to rent a portable or build a modular for something that has intermittent use. The other thing I will say about the modular option is while the modular would be a permanent building, it wouldn't necessarily have to be the permanent home. So for example, if we decided we wanted to build a modular for city offices at Piper, that is a permanent building that could be repurposed for something in the future. It wouldn't necessarily dictate that that's the future home of city offices. It's just an investment, an infrastructure and a building, as opposed to the portable that would not be on a foundation, that would be a pure rental cost. So you're building a structure and you have the use of it in the future, as opposed to the truly portable, which is a rental cost, a throwaway that you're looking at. Those are the temporary options. And so if you look at the final, obviously everything could go back in 400 Magnolia as it is today if we renovate the building. And we've already talked about how it likely doesn't make sense for the library to go back in the building. And there have been many past conversations about a future library at the community facility parties. So that's an obvious entry in this matrix, as well as there may be suitable leasable space out there too. And the council chambers could go back in 400 Magnolia, could be at the community facilities parcel, but the shared space that we discussed for the temporary could also be further explored as a permanent city council chambers arrangement moving forward in the long run. As far as city offices goes, 400 Magnolia is an option. It could also go in the community facilities parcel ultimately, or it could be a new building that's not at the community facilities parcel, or the city could determine that it's the best course of action is to lease existing space somewhere for the foreseeable future. So the other, there's obviously pros and cons and a lot of discussions to have with all of the options that we're throwing out here. They all have different costs, they all have different timelines, and so ultimately those would have to be weighed in the decision. But at this point, we're throwing the options out there and looking for preliminary feedback on what has merit to be investigated further and what probably should fall to the bottom of the list. I think, as I mentioned in the staff report, if you're looking at timeframes on some of this, you know, a portable type of arrangement could probably be set up within a year. A permanent relocation, a new building that's engineered and has architecture from the ground up is probably a 3-year process from a yes, let's go date to a move-in date. The modulars are kind of a hybrid and somewhere in between. You know, if we decided that we didn't want to be in the temporary trailers and rent them on a site, but we wanted to build something that was modular, but a little bit more substantial and maybe be able to repurpose it, that's going to be somewhere within that 1 to 3 year time frame. And what's going to dictate that is how much future thought goes into that modular building. How much do we want to set back and really look at future city operations and make sure that modular works with the future city operations versus let's get into a future modular building as soon as we can that suits our need today. And in the future, we'll, you know, hopefully make it work with ultimate development of the community facilities parcel or some other location. So I quickly want to show the sites that we've been talking about. This is the community facilities parcel. I have 2 blocks on here that are not my attempt at citing buildings or any architecture whatsoever. These are mainly blobs that kind of show some of the square footages that we've been discussing. So the smaller rectangle, blue rectangle here that's labeled as a double wide, this would be a portable trailer that's about 24 feet wide by 60 feet in length. That's about 1,400 square feet. So if you look at current city offices are 2,400 square feet. If we were able to have some of those folks at 400 Magnolia dispersed into some other existing shared space or other city space, then this could conceivably be a size of a portable building that would support city office operations. The next size that's shown on here is a 5,000 square foot building. Again, it's just shown in the middle of the lot here so you can get a context for what size of footprint we're looking at. We're not suggesting this is where it would go. But a 5,000 square foot building would be more than the library currently has, and would be of such a size that it doesn't trigger a lot of more costly improvements that would maybe be needed at a site. Once you start getting to a certain size at this site, you start taking up more of the footprint of the parcel. You start looking at having to bring in PG&E additional transformers for power and things like that. So the 5,000 is what we think would probably be the limit on a modular. Probably could be tweaked either way, but if you get much beyond this size, then that time frame that I talked about, you're starting to creep, beyond the 2 year phase. So that's what we're showing at the Rose Lane parcel. And then here's the Piper Park site that I mentioned previously. So this is, again, it's a little harder to see on this one, but up in the upper left-hand corner here by the baseball diamond. That's, again, that double wide portable unit shown in the location where the public works trailer used to be. Again, that's the 1,400 square feet. So the bottom left here, that's what a typical portable building would look like. It's a little bit of an upgrade from your construction trailer, but that's if we were to be in a building for a couple of years, that's what we consider would be a starting point. So that's a building. It's not on a foundation, but it has a skirt around it. It has siding. It has operable windows. It has HVAC, all of those things. These are actually double wide units. They're only 40 feet long. That's kind of the standard temporary classroom size, is a 24 by 40. So the sizes I showed you before would be the same width, but a little bit longer. And then on the right is just an example. There are many examples, but of a modular building. So this is a step up from the temporary building on the left. It sits on a foundation as opposed to blocks. So it's more permanent, but it's built in a modular fashion. It's kind of like a kit building where you have certain dimensions that you're restricted to, but they're pretty flexible. You can put certain components of the building together to suit your need and your function. And there's a lot of the prices on these vary too, depending on how much you were okay having it look like a modular building and how much you may want to spruce it up to make it look more like it was, an architectural from scratch building. So as I mentioned, we're looking for some feedback tonight, primarily. We'd like to have the conversation that we believe that it's time to start planning for a significant rehabilitation, renovation, or rebuilding of 400 Magnolia based on the condition of the building and the identified deficiencies. And then as part of that, start talking about which city functions should go back in 400 Magnolia. If they don't go there, where should they go? And if they don't go there, what should go in 400 Magnolia? And then also we have the question of setting up temporary uses. And so some of the, should we decide that we do want to go ahead with a project, some of the temporary questions are going to be around that. Do we just want to do the trailers and do a rental, kind of bare bones? Or do we think it's worth the effort to plan something that's maybe not the future library, but something that's more permanent? It's on a foundation, and there will be some city purpose for it in the future, and it's not a throwaway as a rental would be. And as I've mentioned before, this is one of those sliding scales where, we can do something temporary in a year, something permanent in 3. If we're looking at modular permanent, you're somewhere in between. And to the degree that we do a lot of forward planning with these modular permanent units, that process is going to stretch out. Whereas if we say we've got to get something built, we'll keep it simple, we'll keep it basic, that accelerates that modular building process. And then again, this is looking for feedback on city offices. If we were to be portable, there's the 2 locations we've identified, could go on the community facilities parcel next to a temporary library, or it could sit by itself over at Piper Park. Or like we have an option with the library, we could build something more substantial at Piper and then decide if we want City Hall to live there, or if we want to repurpose that building for something else in the future, and city offices go elsewhere. Or we also have the lease existing office space option with city offices. That's it. That's kind of a lot of information, a lot of questions out there. But like I mentioned, we're not looking for any specific actions tonight. We're looking for comments back from the council on if you have any questions on the conditions report. And then moving forward, which of the permanent and temporary plans warrant further discussion. Thank you.
Kevin, you're muted.
There, I'm sorry. You didn't hear me then. Thanking Julian for an informative and somewhat scary presentation. But it's a very appreciated. And before I open it up to the full council, I just have one question that's maybe a clarification, or maybe it's not. It wasn't clear to me whether and to what extent, and I'm not suggesting this is something that our community would endorse, but I think it's a fair question, which is tear down the existing facility, City Hall facility, and rebuild an entirely new and modern facility in its place. Was that, how much consideration was given to that?
You want me to weigh in, Julian? So that's something we looked at, very cursory. It's extraordinarily complicated on 2 levels. One is what are the implications if we did that for the historic downtown rating, because this building is a significant part of that landscape. The second issue that comes up is if you take that action, is it fair to then ask other property owners in the historic downtown to continue to maintain their facades and their structure? So we didn't go past that discussion. If the council's interested in that, we have the ability to pursue that. We'll need to bring in some folks to answer those questions about the historical context. I do know that if I turn it to Julian, what he'll tell you is the price tag for a new building is basically the same as rehabbing this building, except you're going to get a building that's probably stronger and has a much longer lifespan than a rehab will.
Okay. And that's fine. And again, I wasn't, that was a question, not a suggestion. I just wanted to make sure that that as a potential option was at least taken into account.
And I do think the issues of the future for Magnolia drive a lot of the decision making that we're going to make. But there also is some of this immediacy of pointing us toward what you like and don't like about some of these temporary options, just so we can start to prepare a more robust plan for you.
Absolutely. Okay, it answered my question. And I'm going to turn it over to the rest of the council for their questions. I see, I think Gabe Paulson's hand was up first, and then Scott Kendall.
Thank you, Mayor. Julian, if I could ask a couple short questions and then maybe a longer one. One short question is, what's the difference in, or what's the approximate cost per square foot for portable versus modular? And then the other is, briefly looking at the capital improvements plan, I think we have Fire Station 16 as a building, but do we have the, City Hall as part of that?
So as far as the costs go, we have very preliminary cost information to date, and a lot of these costs are going to be very variable on, as I mentioned, with the modulars and the portables. There's varying degrees to which you can improve those facilities to make them not look like they're modular or portable. Again, the biggest difference would be that when we're talking about the portable, those are rental costs. Those are costs we pay to the company that owns the trailers. And when the project's over, they take the trailers away and we have paid them rent. If we had to rent trailers or portable units for a 2-year period of about 5,000 square feet is a number that's less than $500,000. It's probably in the $300,000 range. And that consists of rental payments, and then there's certain setup costs. And then there's costs for customizing the rental units to some degree. A modular building that will be permanently set on a foundation is probably in the $2 to $3 million range for a similar size. So there's a pretty significant difference in cost, but again, you're looking at renting something for 2 years versus a modular building that will be designed for 50 years.
Julian, can I just add, and correct me if I have it wrong, but regardless of which option you would choose, we would make an investment in some infrastructure because we need to be able to bring utilities to even a portable situation. And one attractive thing there is that investment can be done in a way that that infrastructure can be used by whatever future permanent buildings are sited. And I think to clarify something that Julian had in his slide, if you go the modular route, you may be creating constraints for people's visions of the 100-year building on the site or the permanent building on the site, because you'd be pouring a pad and you might be laying out infrastructure in a way that's not adaptable to what people want as the final vision.
And I guess I'm appreciating the point that it's a significant, like by a factor of maybe 4 or 5 difference, the portable, both being more flexible in its intent and also maybe 1/4 the cost. And just to save time here, the other question extends on what the mayor was bringing up. If you were to, the budget figure was 10 million to try to do a renovation, 9 million to do a tear down and start over. And I'm sure those are very rough numbers. That being said, could a complete new building would it be possible to make it have the same look and feel, the aesthetic and the heritage architectural look that City Hall has now, or was that considered in the $9 million figure?
Can I take that one up, Julian? We've asked Kristen Techie, the senior planner, who's our expert on heritage issues, and even creating something that has the same aesthetic and same general outward design. If it's a new construction, it needs to be vetted by a historical architect and an expert in historical districts and the way they're rated. And even creating that replica may have substantial and significant ramifications for being classified a historical district. So if that starts to interest the council, we need to get those experts in, and they actually be coming in more on that planning side of the equation than the public works.
Thank you.
Through the mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes, and then I want to go to Councilmember Kendall, who had his hand up.
I have not heard in this discussion, because we're kind of stumbling our way through defining a range of alternatives here, so it seems. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that one of those alternatives might include selling the property at 400 Magnolia Avenue and using those resources toward solving our program problems, including the community facilities parcel, putting more things on there that originally anticipated permanently, and looking for other locations for things that we cannot ask the public to in an ask for funding that we might think they may not support. So what I'm getting at is this is quite a lot to take on in one evening, but we might be looking at a new way to locate city offices and maximize the community facilities parcel with facilities there that we know the community would support in a funding ask. So thank you.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor,
yes.
If I could,
yes.
I really appreciate the comment from Vice Mayor Hilmer. Our intent tonight, because it is, when staff took a step back, we said, this is a massive conversation. And so our intent tonight is actually less about solutions and more about defining which options you don't even want to talk about. That's a terrible idea. Don't even bother. And the options that you think warrant investigation. So I take the comment from the Vice Mayor as, I'd like part of this conversation to be, would we sell the building? Is that an option? And we would put that out on the agenda for a future discussion. It doesn't need to be vetted tonight. We just need to know that's something you want to be part of this conversation.
Thanks, Dan. That's important clarification. I think it was implicit in the staff report, but as an option. But that's or as a way of going about making these decisions. So I appreciate that very much. Now, Councilmember Candell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two questions. The first question is, Julian, you talked about shared space as a permanent solution for City Hall, separate from Rose Lane as two separate options. And I was curious if you had considered a shared space with the library or with some other community building on Rose Lane. So you have some kind of conference room, that when it's not being used for chambers, it could be used for some other community uses. And the second question I had, I guess it goes to Dan, would be if we do sell the building where City Hall is now, what happens to the parking in the back? Is that linked to the building? Can we keep that? I'm curious how that would play out. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll take the first question as far as, so shared space. So combining a City Hall and a library at the community facilities parcel is something that is in the matrix. The shared space was more a descriptor of, for example, the city council chambers, where it wouldn't have exclusive full-time use of a facility. It would say share with another body that say met on the alternate Wednesdays when we do it, for example, or something like that. As far as the shared space would, in the context in the matrix, basically means that it's being used by two different people at two different times. I don't know that there's opportunity for the city and library to share space in that context, but they could be in adjoining or overlapping buildings. For example, the support facilities that you see in the square footage matrix, if you were to house City Hall and the library adjacent to each other on the community facilities parcel, then they could definitely share support. They could use one kitchen, they could use a bank of bathrooms and things like that. So it's kind of shared space in a sense, but as it was used in the matrix, it was more for kind of a joint use arrangement.
And then I on your issue or question about parking at City Hall, I think that's part of another conversation where we start to explore, if this isn't a civic building, what is it? And then I think we could get into what happens to parking as part of that conversation. I also realized we didn't respond to part of Councilmember Paulson's inquiry, which was about the fire station. Now that we're part of the Joint Powers Authority, the authorities commission an evaluation of its space and location needs and the conditions of all 4 of the existing fire stations. So we could very well be having a very similar conversation at the Fire Authority Council meeting in the near future after we have that report about what the status of the downtown fire station really is in terms of its deficiencies. So I would say stay tuned. There's never been a serious exploration of synergies between the buildings in terms of operations that I'm aware of. So, hopefully we've addressed the question.
Okay, Councilmember Way.
So this is a huge report, and I think it's something we've all known has been incoming. It's a 1913 building. I moved to Larkspur from a 1912 house in San Francisco, which had very similar problems. And it's usually magnified when you start to do renovations. But that was a personal home. This is a public space. And it's really important that we engage with our responsibility for the health and safety of the public who uses this public space, and for our employees who occupy that space. So I think we need to keep that as our overall umbrella of policy making. And this engineering report has shown us that we have a potentially unsafe building with many opportunities for failure. So I think that we need to look at the second policy decision, which is that it's our obligation to continue to provide services to our community to the best extent that we can in the most expedited way that's the safest for them. And which means that probably looking at temporary locations of our operations is probably the best prioritizing of what we should be doing, rather than seeking semi-permanent or permanent structures for the time being. I would encourage us to look at modular portables with no foundations in our already existing property that we own, which is the Rose Lane parcel, the community facility parcel, and see how much we can maximize the use of that space to continue to serve the public in the way that we can. And also to combine that with figuring out how many other opportunities there are for shared spaces, whether that be with adjoining cities, or with the public, with the school district, or with the Central Marin Police Authority building, or other facilities like that, so that we can, I think we're going to need to pivot quickly and think about pivoting more quickly, because we don't know if another earthquake that's similar to what Haiti just experienced might hit us. Who knows? So I think we need to be nimble about this. This is a big conversation about what we do with 400 Magnolia, and I don't even think that needs to move forward at this point. There's no reason why we can't vacate a space and really think about its needs. I would end by saying that we have a tremendous opportunity to renovate, to build a new library and community center. And this is the impetus that we need to bring our library out of an old, unfit building and bring it into a new, innovative, new space. And I would love to see us in tandem do those things, with the overall understanding that health and safety of our community and their use of their public space and our employees is how we should be guiding this conversation. in my thoughts. I know we're going to have lots more to talk about this, but I would love to encourage us to continue to look for temporary locations of our services rather as an interim step.
And just for clarity, I'll bring the conversation back to the council after we have an opportunity for public comment. So we'll have further discussion on this. And again, this is just an opportunity to provide some preliminary guidance to staff in terms of what options should be considered. So at this time, are there any other questions that the council has that you want to ask? And again, keep in mind, we'll come back after the public has an opportunity.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor, Dan Hilmer.
Yeah, go ahead.
When we were talking about the previous issue, I tried to take a step back and look at it from a policy perspective. And I think the same stepping back, I'm going to put this in the form of a question, maybe necessary here. Is this something that we should step back and look in the frame of the 2050 policy that we have in place? I see from my experience, I think that's a helpful frame in which to place these conversations, even if it means changing some of the priorities and the goals there. I guess that's a question for Dan, if he's comfortable commenting on that.
No, I think that's an astute question. I think there's two driving things in the 2050 plan. One is there's a desire and a vision for a permanent library that stands on its own, that's more robust than what we can offer at 400 Magnolia in the current alignment of the building. And in the update we did in 2018, we specifically called out moving it to the community facility parcel. The original 2050 plan and the 2018 update and the community facility parcel master plan all have an underlying assumption that city offices will always be at 400 Magnolia. And your staff at least took a step back and said, you know, did we ever really have a conversation about, is that what everybody wants? We just, best I can tell, everybody just always assume that. And so that's why I keep saying a lot of what's going to drive our ultimate decisions is whether we want to revisit that question of, was it right to just assume civic offices would always need to be in 400 Magnolia? And the answer might be yes. You know, this is a building that has a context within the community. And you may decide part of that context is that the council chambers at 400 Magnolia or the city manager's office is here. But you might also decide that isn't actually necessary for the character of the downtown, that the city government is operating out of that building. And that then leads to a discussion that we've never had before.
Well, the reason for my asking is in the same spirit of opportunity that I think was presented in the discussion about the parklets. I think there may be, since we're going to be asking, I think this is, I don't think I need a poll to tell me this, we're going to be asking the community to help fund new facilities, whether they be improved, new. The city is due to grow up, and we need the help in community help funding that. So if we're going to be asking the community to help fund new facilities, we should make sure that ask is focused on things the community wants. And if that requires that we rethink how services are provided, especially those offices, et cetera, we may be having a new vision of what city facilities look like and what their distribution looks like. So we may be thinking about the community facilities parcel, for example, in terms of what's the optimal program for that property that the community would support versus what offices we might place there. Though the offices may have no place there if there's no community support for them in that location. We may be looking at lease space and council chamber space at the police station, for example. We may be rethinking how we do things so that we can provide an optimal offer to the community as to what they will help us fund. I think that's the conversation that we need to have.
And I, again, I really appreciate those comments, and they're consistent with what Julian and I were hoping to accomplish this evening, which was to find out what conversations you want to have and which conversations you don't want to have. And I'm hearing you want to have that broader conversation, and we are happy to work on that.
Thank you. Those are my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Good. And I agree with our city manager that they are helpful, and I hope that the scope of the conversation that we have going forward takes those thoughts very seriously into account. So unless there's somebody else on the council who wants to ask questions, really focus on that, because I will bring it back in a minute. If we could have, yes, Councilmember Paulson, you have your hand up.
Thank you. Just one brief comment. So I really do appreciate the broadening of, different issues, selling the property, looking at return on investment, because this will require $10 million. One thing I would like to add is, we just went through the stress test of COVID, where we basically, it was the equivalent of saying City Hall is shut down for 1.5 years. So at least we're not unprepared for the possibility. And a lot of that led to remote working. So if we can include in the conversation what could be permanently remoted or what can be done, through the investments we've made in technology or telework, that would be helpful too. Thanks.
Yeah, no, those are excellent thoughts. Good. Well, we'll have a little more discussion about this, because I want to make sure that we end this evening on this point with some helpful direction to staff in terms of moving forward, and I think we've started on that. Unless there are any other questions or preliminary comments from council members, we'll open it up to the public.
Our first comment will come from Michael Hooper.
Okay, Michael.
Hello again. This is the issue that I was watching tonight's council meeting to speak about, not particularly the other. Well, we all knew this was coming. We've known it for 20 years. I'm actually quite surprised that it hasn't raised its ugly head, ahead of this time. And Julian, great job of pulling all that together. There's an awful lot to consider. And I think the challenge for the council is to cut through it and cut through it quickly. Julian, you will probably know, I believe you worked at the city of Novato for some period of time, that Novato had exactly the same kind of situation. I well remember in 2005 going to a city council meeting at what is called the community hall and finding a notice on the door that the meeting has been moved tonight because of the unsafe condition of the building that they're going to have it in. That was 2005. I spoke today to one council member that was on the council at the time, subsequently was the mayor, and was the driving force behind making the rebuilding of City Hall or extension of City Hall happen. And I do recommend, if you have not already spoken to Jean McClamey, that you do so. And if you would like me, I'd be happy to set that up, and she's volunteered to do it, because I think their situation is a parallel of what we've got here. Some of the lessons that were learned in that situation was that it needed somebody positive and with a vision to driving it forward based on principles, kind of like what Catherine Way and Dan Hilmer were alluding to. You have to get our people and the public out of the building and reduce the risk of there being a problem. Another thing that she mentioned to me was that their solution was to lease space for a period of time, a short period of time, they thought. It all took a lot longer. The new City Hall there, I think, opened maybe 5 years ago. And in the meantime, they had leased space at Roland Way. But there was a surprising outcome of that consolidation of city workers in a single location. And that was, they really figured out how efficient it was to have everybody on the same wavelength and under the same roof. But look how long it took. And I think in Novato, they really cut through it. So I would encourage you to talk to folks up there. Julian, you probably know them. So do several council members, and see what lessons can be learned. I strongly suspect that you will need to lease space if you can find it for a period of time. And I don't think it's 3 years.
Okay, Michael, if you could, if
Yeah,
you
I
have,
will.
wrap
5
it up,
seconds.
please. Thank you. Yeah.
Because I don't think the 2 to 3 year period is at all realistic. These things just take too long. So great job so far. Glad you got it started. You know, keep it moving as fast as you can. We need to do it.
Good. Thank you, Michael.
You're welcome.
Who's next in line?
Next we'll hear from Kevin Carroll.
Okay, Kevin.
Yeah, one thing I noticed, the Corte Madera is going through the exact same situation we are right now, where they have to get out of their current situation. And the last I heard, they were sort of come to some direction, but now they've had to alter it because of something that came up. But bottom line is, they're facing the same situation of having to leave an inadequate space and whether to build or remodel, et cetera. And I'm just wondering if there couldn't be some synergy between the two cities to help each other out on this, both in exploring something as simple as just leasing the same space. If there might be cost savings in that, because you're both having to set up telephone system, computer systems, copying, all the other administrative things. But then maybe looking at the longer term picture. I mean, one of the things that we've seen over the years that has worked in this community is combining the school systems, combining the police services and then expanding them even further down the road, and combining the fire services. It's not that there's any savings in money, but there's more money for direct services to the public and the community, and you eliminate a lot of costs. And perhaps that's something that this presents an opportunity to share with Corte Madera, is maybe combining some of the back office operations or working out a shared agreement. I'm not talking about combining the two cities' structures, but just the administrative back office products. And again, they're going through the same questions of whether to lease space, to go portable, to go modular, and maybe there's some cost savings for both cities if there was a discussion back and forth on it. On the bigger picture, you now have an opportunity where Neil is going to be retiring in December, and maybe there could be some savings in combining those positions. There was talk about expanding the responsibilities. Maybe Corte Madera is interested in the same thing, and this is something that should be explored. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Next in line.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment and respond to Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Kevin, I want to tell you, I really appreciate your participation in these meetings. You don't often get kudos or credit for the quality of your remarks, but I want to say that I really am grateful for your ongoing participation and thoughtful comment.
I agree.
With respect to this particular comment, I want you to know this is an ongoing thought. Everybody's engaged, looking for these opportunities, and it's a careful balance between what policy opportunities there are and what the will of the staff and the will of the management offers in these opportunities. So I just want to tell you that your comments are right on. We're always looking for these sorts of ways to improve things, and I want you to know we're listening and we're trying to do the best we can.
Okay, thanks, Dan. And I think we all share the sentiments you just expressed. We have more folks in line from the public, and I see Joe Jennings has his hand up.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, and in the interest of time, let's keep your eye on the clock. I'm going to hold everybody to 3 minutes.
I know I'm at 10 seconds already. So I'm Joe Jennings from the Commons Foundation. We're the partner to the city for fundraising for the new library at Rose Lane. We deeply appreciate the work by Public Works Director Skinner to put together this background engineering report, and then the city staff for putting together the staff report. It brings to a fine point concern we've had for 3 years, which was that we have to put safety first. And we appreciate deeply Councilwoman Way's comments of, if you make safety first and get out of City Hall, whether you're in portables or modular buildings at the community facility property, you're probably going to be there longer than you expect. And we would probably learn a lot by being there. And then we can spend money once in terms of infrastructure like utilities and parking, and leverage the buildings with a long-term vision. But I'm very thankful that this discussion's come to this point, and we're here to say that we'll work with you, collaborate with you, and raise funds to help facilitate this in a manner that saves the public money, keeps the public safe, and allows us to expand services both physically and virtually in the new facilities on the community facility property. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. Do we have anyone else in the public queue? I see we do.
Next will be Rick Adler.
Rick, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I think I'll read what I wrote in the email. I recommend building a new city hall that is fireproof, earthquake safe, solar electric powered, captures rainwater, is disabilities compliant, is filtered, ventilated, air conditioned to prevent airborne disease, easily economically maintainable, and is built to the best environmental friendly standards. A new 21st century city hall will be more economical, long-lived, useful in an emergency than futilely trying to rehab a common 19th century crumbling building of toxic materials, lead-based paint, probably asbestos, which would have to be replaced in part by part in a deadly old design, deadly because of earthquake, fire. The front face of a new city hall can be designed to look like the old city hall, if that style is deemed necessary by majority opinion. I recommend combining the new city hall and the new library into one building to save a lot of dollars and time in construction and use and maintenance. If the new library's separate funding can be combined with the new city hall's funding, And if there is no reason mandating, they should be separate. If the ground under the community facilities parcel is earthquake safe, not shakeable man-made fill, and safe from the projected climate change 100-year sea level rise, I recommend building the new City Hall Library combo there because it could be larger and more easily and economically constructed, and because there would be no need for temporary offices during construction if the luck in staying in the old building holds out for 3 years. If Larkspur has no other need for the current City Hall site, it could be sold for top dollars because it would make a fine top of the hill outdoor 5-star restaurant high above the street without a parklet, with excellent views all around. Outdoor dining is going to be more feasible because climate change is going to bring us much warmer climate with much less rain. And outdoor dining is going to be necessary for restaurants because the pandemic is unfortunately going to become endemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. And
Next,
we
we'll
have,
hear from James Holmes.
yes, good. Go ahead, James.
James Holmes. Given the aesthetic, symbolic, and historic significance of City Hall, as represented on all of our banners, and the relative comparability of building a new building versus a renovation, I think those considerations support a renovation. With regard to the library site, I recall the controversy relating to the library versus community center and also the size. And I wonder if adding additional offices, the concept of city offices into that mix would just increase the level of controversy there. In general, I'm a little bit concerned about having, about how all of this would be financed and how these proposals can be carried forward in tandem with a proposal for financing them. I am sympathetic to Councilmember Hilmer's idea that it needs to be saleable to the public, and I'm not 100% sure how to go about what alternative would be most saleable. But I do think that maintaining the existing City Hall would be desirable, and avoiding additional controversy regarding the library site would also be worthwhile. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Do we have another telephone caller?
Yes, next is numerical sequence number 4761.
Okay, can you please say who you are and where you're from?
Is this me?
If you're 4761, yes, it is.
I didn't realize that. My name is Philip Terry. I live in Heather Gardens, and I've been involved in the library since the early 70s. And one of my main efforts is to get a new city library. So I am really happy to see you guys moving forward. Rick Alder's comments were, I've not always agreed with him, but tonight he was right on. James Holmes, you're going to have to give up your site. We're going to sell it to somebody for 10 million, and then we're going to build a new library combination with a city hall on that property that we set aside. It's going to be beautiful. You can't tell, you don't know. I'm really old now, and it's good to see you guys on especially my neighbor. He's cute. I'm really happy that you're finally, biting a bullet. Doug Archer told me 25 years ago that he couldn't in good conscience ask any fireman to go into that building because of the balloon construction. Acts like chimneys, and it would go up and they would all die if they tried to save it. And there's a lot of books in there. So, you know, that's where my heart is. And Catherine, it's good to see you too. So I think you should just say, look, let's go build a new library and we'll incorporate some city offices. And in the interim, we can rent space. There's Krebs, whatever you call that over in Redwood, it's available most of the time. So you can lease the space you need. I don't think you should spend any temporary dollars. You know, make your dollars long-term. What else can I say? I'm really happy to see you finally taking this thing and moving forward, because that building is not safe. I remember when the ceiling fell down in the upstairs, so that wasn't really cool. And Dan, you've done a good job of, you know, piecing it together and patching it up, but I think its time is due. And I think you'll find there's a lot of people that if you decide to do something in a real positive way for that library, that they'll get behind it. And I definitely would. Joe, fantastic. He's been working on this for a couple of years now, and I think he can pull it together for us. So we need to ride his horse until we get to the end sign. I wish you all luck. I hope I'm here, still alive, when you guys actually complete this, because I want to be part of that opening ceremony. And I haven't seen you for a while, Sky, but anyway, you're doing a great job. I'm sure glad we got people that intelligence that are working on this. And when you listen to the community talk, isn't it amazing how bright all these people are? And they all have different ideas, but I'm glad that we got people like you that can bring it all together and make sense of it and do something real positive. Dan, I'm looking forward to you making this happen.
Hey,
okay.
Phil,
Great.
I missed your smiling face, and I think you should be the one who writes the poetry that opens the ribbon cutting.
Hey, wait a minute. During the COVID thing, I published 2 new books. One of them's The Poetry of Philip Terry. It's 288 original poems, and I've written 300 and some pages of adventures in Ireland. I've published
Great.
seven books. I'm trying to build my own library. Okay. But anyway, good to see you guys.
Thanks
I'm
very
done.
much. Thanks very much for those comments. And we have still folks out there wanting to speak. I see Barbara Friday has her hand up.
Yes, good evening, council members. I'm Barbara Friday, Larkspur, and I head up the Friends of the Larkspur Library and been involved with attending the library for many, many years. And my salient point tonight is simply to say I'm very closely intertwined with our library users. We reach out on a quarterly basis with a newsletter called Among Friends. We solicit support from our library members twice a year, once in conjunction with the Commons Foundation. And one thing I've heard over and over again through these activities is how much the library was simply essential to help people get through the COVID issues. It was their solace. Of course, they could not go in, but everybody became proficient with either their telephone or their laptop to order books online, and that got us all through. So I just want you to know that the library is a very important part of our community, a passion for many of us, and thank you for your support of the library going forward.
Thank you for that. Allison, can you maybe give me an idea how many more people you think maybe in the queue from the public, because we're now at 10:15.
We currently have 2 left in the queue.
Okay.
Starting with Chris Wheaton.
Okay. Good. Chris, please try to keep things as brief as you can.
Okay. Chris Wheaton, I live on Rose Lane, so I'm in the Rose Lane community. And I've had concerns over the library, which we've expressed. So I guess those would carry over for the City Hall or City Hall combined library project. I like the idea of combining the two if it creates some efficiency. But I hope any end result would address parking. We're already having parking issues with limited parking here and insufficient parking for our existing residents. So as evening meetings and other things happen, wanting to make sure there's enough parking on site to accommodate the various events. The second is just traffic. Right now it's a residential neighborhood, and to the extent that there's flow there, we'd love to have the entrance and exit coming off of Doherty as opposed to coming into the neighborhood. And also just the notion that these are private roads, we have to pay to maintain them. So to the extent that this does become traffic into our neighborhood, we'd like a contribution from the city to pay a portion of the road maintenance to the extent that that's a pro rata portion based upon usage for the city and the library. And then one other comment just on the aesthetics, like the idea of parking a trailer on that property for 2 or 3 years doesn't really appeal to me as someone who has to look at that. The whole neighborhood was designed with a certain aesthetic, and I'm sure the council members would not want a trailer parked in their backyard, and that's our backyard for our community. So we prefer not to have something out there that's there for an extended period of time if we could avoid it. And I think Piper Park would be a better area if you're going to do something like that, because it has existing parking and already has some infrastructure over there with the police buildings over there. Thank you for allowing the comments.
Okay, thank you, Chris. All well taken. And I think we have one more person in the public who wants to offer a comment.
It looks like we have bumped up to still 2 more people. First, John Ellenswig.
Okay, John, take it away. But again, please, in the interest of time, keep your comments as brief as possible.
Certainly. And Mayor, can you hear me, Mayor Hera?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Great. So I'm John Ellenswig. I'm a resident of Larkspur. I also want to disclose I'm on the board of the Commons Foundation along with Joe. But speaking more as a resident, I just, first wanted to thank Director Skinner and City Manager Schwartz and the council. This has been a very inspiring city council meeting as a whole. And the way I look at it is it would have been very easy in this meeting for everyone just to accept status quo, whether that means, just do the ADA improvements on Magnolia and not think bigger, or just renovate City Hall and not think bigger. But I think, I'm 42 years old. My kids are 7 and 10. And I love the way that City Council and staff are thinking, because this is really an opportunity to redefine Larkspur, redefine the downtown, redefine some of our civic buildings, and leave a legacy that will last past all of our lives and hopefully past my kids' lives as well. So I just think that it's extremely inspiring. It's great to see everyone thinking big, challenging the status quo, thinking differently, and hopefully we end up with some fantastic outcomes. I can imagine walking down Magnolia, holding my kids' hands, all standing beside each other, because the sidewalks are 12 or 13 feet wide, and you don't have to, it's not narrow, and that we have beautiful public furniture and plantings, and then walking over to the community facilities parcel where the library and maybe the council hall are located. So I just want to encourage everyone to continue on the track that you're on. I thought this has been a fantastic meeting, and appreciate everyone staying up late into the night to work on this.
And we appreciate your comments and your participation, John. Thank you very much. Allison, got one more?
Last one is Linkto.
Okay. Larry, welcome to the party. You have to unmute yourself.
There we go.
Good.
Are you there?
Yes.
All right, I'll try and be brief. I read the staff report. This is Larry Longto. I'm at 47 Meadowood. I'm the president of the Larkspur Library Foundation. I was on the city council, and I'd just like to make a couple of observations. First of all, I think this would be, I have read the staff report. Because of a prior commitment, I have not been here for the full meeting, but I think I understand the options that are being discussed. And I'd like to briefly say a couple of things. One, the city council made a commitment in 2012 for a community facilities parcel on the Rose Lane site to add a library, and we're all in favor of that. We want to see that move forward, and the city with the Commons Foundation is moving forward to do that. Having said that, I sort of look at this meeting as a beginning, an opening of a discussion that will take place over a period of time, because there's an awful lot involved that needs to be considered by the council and the community before decisions are really made. First of all, I'd sort of like to say that City Hall is an icon in the downtown. It is, as a developer would say, one of the anchors of the downtown. At one end, you have that, you have the Blue Rock, or the left bank at the other end. And it's an important historic building that forms part of the historic district that people in Larkspur for the last 50 years have worked on diligently to preserve that historic quality so that it's not destroyed, so that it lives on for other generations. So people can say this is, well, I was on the city council and I left in 2003. And before I left, we had many discussions about improving the city hall, seismic, fire safety, all these sorts of things in it. And the problem always got deferred and deferred and deferred. And it's good to see that we're kind of coming forward to the time we're going to do something about it. That doesn't mean nothing was done. Things were done. Elevators were added. The room on the back, which was hanging off of the city manager's office, was removed, things like that. So things were done. But what I would say is one of the things that struck me about the staff report, which I thought laid out a lot of very interesting scenarios, one of the things that struck me is repurposing the city hall. What does that mean? To me, that means using it for something other than a municipal facility, whatever that might be, whatever that municipal function might be. And I think that one of the things that you need to do is to take a serious look at what the value of that building would be if the city decided to abandon it. If the city decided to move all of the functions, the library, city council, the clerk's office, the staff, planning staff, somewhere else, what would be done with that? What would it be zoned if you were to move it out of there and turn it into something that would be sold privately? How much could you generate from the sale of the building as is? And is it really worthwhile to do that? Or would it be better to spend money to refurbish the city hall and use it for functions and perhaps bring more functions? If you move the library out, as we've talked about back as far as 2012, and we're all thinking about what could be brought into the city hall to make it work. One of the things that
Larry, I don't mean to interrupt, but if you could wrap your comments up as soon as you
okay.
are able
All
to.
right, I'll be real short. I think more city council meetings should be heard exploring the issues, including the specific proposal to repurpose City Hall. I think there needs to be a discussion about that before going on to other things, recognizing that the library has been planned for a long time to be on Rose Lane. Repurposing City Hall is a new idea that I think needs to be looked at closely in terms of economics, its impact on the downtown, its effect on the general plan, and things like that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Larry. Appreciate all that. And I think that may be the last public speaker.
That is correct. There's no further public comment.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right. Well, now we've heard from lots of people. So I'll bring it back to the council. And what I would request of the council to do in this at this time is to be as helpful to our staff as possible in providing further direction. And in that context, I'd ask the city manager if there, after having heard the conversation so far tonight, are there specific things that you would like to hear from us this evening before moving on with planning additional meetings, because we'll require lots of those.
I go back to my first comments, Mr. Mayor. There's so many conversations that need to happen. There's so much to unpack here. Our goal was to kind of just throw it out there so everybody knew how big this is. If you heard something tonight as a councilor that you don't want staff to spend any time on because you know it's a non-starter, that would be amazing feedback tonight. I think what you're going to start to get from Julian and me are more specific items about very specific questions, like here's what we think is the most cost-effective temporary location of city services. But here are the ramifications of that. I think we'll be bringing those to you almost every meeting for a while as we build up through these conversations. But it would be great to hear tonight that's a waste of time and money. We're not gonna, don't do that. If that's at all a reaction that you had this evening. I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, Councilmember Wag, go ahead.
So I think a non-starter, from what I've heard and from my experience, is that the community does not want to see the library return to 400 Magnolia. So I think a non-starter is when we think about if we are going to redesign or repurpose 400 Magnolia, it will not include a library. Is there consensus on that? It sounds like that's what our community likes, and that's what we've been aiming for, is, as Phil Terry said, for 20 years, looking at putting an independent library on a different parcel.
And that obviously is the direction we're heading.
Well, that was one of the options, was to return it. So I would.
And that is fantastic. If I see everybody's head nodding, which I kind of do, then I see it vigorously nodding for some. That's a great starting point for us. We will now go forward knowing we should be designing plans and bringing them to you that offer you options where the library is not returning.
Yes, that's my suggestion.
And I unless somebody objects to that, I think that's something we would probably.
And that's not a definitive vote. You're just telling us what to go work on.
Exactly. All right. But I think that was a good start. So thank you, Catherine, for that. Councilmember Kendall.
Thank you. Just building on what Catherine just said, if we are all on the same page that City Hall is not going to be returning, I'm sorry, that the library is not returning to City Hall. And I think we're all on the same page that it's going to end up at Rose Lane. And I think we're also on the same page that every month that we delay, we are going to have to spend another month renting trailers. If it's going to be a 2-year project, we start that 2-year project, next month, or start that 2-year project next year, all it's going to do is increase our costs of renting temporary facilities. I'd like to try to move in that direction as quickly as possible. And I was wondering from staff what you recommended the most expeditious way to get to that point.
So I've already challenged Julian's staff to start working on what does relocation look like if we accomplish it before this fiscal year ends, and what does it look like if it's by the end of 2022. And he gulped a couple times, but then he agreed he would try to meet those deadlines. So as we move forward, hearing what I've heard tonight, we will start to come to you with what it looks like if we do it this fiscal year, what it looks like if we do it by the end of the calendar year. And some of that will get into that discussion that Julian alluded to. Do you want to be in trailers where it's a little more temporary? Do you want us to go rent or lease space in a building somewhere? Do you want us to pour a pad and put something a little more significant there? And those will be part of those discussions.
And if I could just add, Julian, when you're doing that, I'd like to make this as economical as possible, meaning that everything that we're using for the temporary, I would love if it can be purposed for the permanent. So, we were talking about putting utilities in or whatever we're doing. I'd like you put a pad down. I would love for that pad to then be used for a permanent facility later, as opposed to spending money putting a temporary pad down and then having to rip it up because it doesn't go with the plan, if that makes any sense.
I think we're definitely in alignment.
Okay, thank you.
A second thing, since my mic is still open, that I would like to encourage is that, and I heard this from the public comment today, and it's always been my mantra, how many opportunities we can figure out how to share services. And there were several examples given tonight, whether they're feasible or not, but I would love to see us continue to explore how we can combine either services with other jurisdictions or use jurisdictional space in our opportunity to share already existing structures rather than create our own structures. So that was one of your that was option 3 in your staff report, was to look at opportunities to continue to share services. So if we can continue to explore that, I think that's a very cost-effective way. for us to move forward.
Fair enough. Anyone else on the council?
Yeah,
I just want to express my gratitude to everybody. This is an amazing meeting. I don't think I've ever been at a meeting where so much was accomplished and so much was tackled. Dan and Julian, it's I'll follow up with an email. It's quite remarkable. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I need to do something I haven't had to do in like 3 years. It's 10:30, and by your policy, you now need to take a vote if you want to continue the meeting or terminate it because you have a 10:30 curfew. So, Mr. Mayor, do you want to entertain a motion to continue the meeting?
I've tried to speed things up as best I can, but I guess I haven't done as good a job as I would have liked. But I guess we need a motion. So go ahead.
We have two more. We have two more matters, which is two more matters: use of American Rescue Funds, and then we.
And one of them I think is probably time sensitive, which is the maybe both, but both of them are probably time sensitive. So I hope the motion is to continue for at least a brief period.
I would move to continue till 11 p.m. at a hard stop at 11 p.m. Else I'll probably fall asleep on my dining room table here.
Yeah, the rest of us too. Do I have a second?
Second. Yeah.
Okay, we have a second. Let's take a vote.
Councilmember Kendall,
Sure.
Councilmember Paulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Way,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hilmer,
Pat.
Mayor Hara.
Yes. So the motion is we will continue this hearing past our bedtimes, but we have a hard stop at 11 o'clock. And Allison, I will appreciate it if you shut me up if any of us are still talking. And if there's anything more on this item in terms of, again, providing some feedback and helpful direction and thoughts to our city manager, I think we've already done a pretty good job of that at this point. Is there anything more we want to share? Seeing none, are you happy with where you are in terms of getting the feedback that you were expecting from us at this meeting, Dan?
I have enough of a sense, Mr. Mayor, that I can work with Julian, and we'll start bringing these tighter questions back to you over a series of meetings. I really want to encourage the members of the public to subscribe to our email lists or subscribe to one of our social media accounts so that you get the notices that these conversations are going to be happening when they're happening. We have a number of ways on our website to subscribe and follow the council activities and the conversations.
That's a good point. I hope the public takes that suggestion to heart because it would be useful. So unless there's anything further on this item, we do still have two other items, which I think again are probably both time sensitive. So we're going to have to march through them. And again, unless there's anything more on 8.2, I'm going to close that one out. We'll move on to 8.3, city use of American Rescue Plan funds.
Well, the good news here, Mr. Mayor, is this is much more of an informational item than it is a big discussion tonight. Been getting a lot of questions, not just at council meetings, but offline from the community about when do we get this federal money and what can we do with it? And as you'll see in the staff report, we don't have definitive answers about everything yet because the Treasury Department keeps adding to the guidelines, massaging the guidelines. There's some strange things in the guidelines that they're suddenly realizing the way the federal government works and the way all the local governments work are different. But I wanted to show the council that, well, first of all, I want to make sure everybody understands we're getting 2.9 million when this is all done, which is pretty exciting. And we've actually received half of it already, and we'll be receiving the other half, I think later this toward the end of the fiscal year. We're now going through a process to qualify the money into one of 5 different categories, and that's outlined in your staff report. Some of those categories are about claiming against losses that you experienced, particularly the city. And so we have to go through a process of documenting the money that we lost in revenue, for example, because the hotel was closed and we weren't receiving hotel tax. That's the type of thing that we're doing now. And as we do that, we're going to place the money in a special account that we'll have, where we will then come to you and propose ways to use the money that is consistent with the guidelines that the Treasury Department's been issuing. It's not as flexible as some folks had hoped. You know, there were a lot of folks that were hoping we could pump it into a number of different city uses. And we're finding as we get into the minutia of the guidelines, that's not necessarily the case, but we'll try to be as creative as possible to make the money really flexible. One thing I feel much better about is that we were actually concerned because we weren't sure we could figure out enough claims for the 2.9 million. But they recently announced at the Treasury Department that storm drains is a qualifying expense for the money. And as the council knows, we have way more than 2.9 million in need in that category alone. So I feel quite confident now that the entirety of the money will stay in Larkspur. And how we put it to use will be what we'll be talking about with you over the next several months. You adopted your first expenditure tonight under this money. You approved us sending a payment to the county that's collecting money from all the cities that are willing to participate to fund some employees for the next 3 years that will be doing housing programs and housing vouchers related to the Housing First effort that's occurring around the county. So that's a very valuable first step. It was a modest expenditure in the scheme of what's been allocated, but it's significant, and we appreciate your approving that this evening. This will probably become an item that you'll see every few meetings as we spot opportunities to put this money to work and as we start to explore a bigger picture. That's really it, Mr. Mayor, and I just wanted to give you and the community an update on what this money is all about. And we'll go from there. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, good. Thank you. Well, it's exciting to hear that bottom line number in any event. That's certainly more than I was thinking we were going to get. Any comments or questions from the council? Not seeing any. Do we have anyone from the public?
I'm looking for any raised hands from our audience members or emailed public comment. And there's no public comment.
Okay, good. Well, this is not an action item, but we'll bring it back to the council really quickly if there's any further comment or feedback to provide to Dan on the disposition of this item. Seeing none, we'll conclude 8.3. And I think that will require us now to temporarily close, adjourn the public meeting so that we can regroup in closed session for item number 9. So Allison, we just need to log off.
Yes, council members, you'll log off to the closed session meeting link. If you need it resent, please send me an email and I will get that link to you again.
Okay, good. So with that, we're going to go adjourn to closed session. And I'm turning off my Zoom. Okay, so we are have concluded item number 9, which is our closed session matter, which is a public employee performance evaluation. We are reconvening now in open session, but I should say that we have no reportable action as a result of our closed session meeting. Is there anything more I need to say, Sky?
I think you can just add that the council gave direction to the review committee and we'll be following up with the city manager. And
I will allow those comments to stand because they are correct, and we will be doing that. Unless there's anything further from the council tonight, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
So
I
moved.
just want to say we argued vigorously over your situation, Dan Schwartz.
Okay.
No, we did not. We debated. We debated
That's
virtues.
gonna leave him in unnecessary suspense. So
No, but what if I have a second, I would like to say, I would like to thank my council members for participating well in this review, because this is one of our main obligations is to review the CEO of the city, which is a city manager. And I know there's lots of feedback we gave to the city manager in which he can follow up with all of us, but I really appreciate that we will now attempt to make this a more consistent review, which has not been what Larkspur has done, in which we've been a little faulting, and sometimes it's 1 year and sometimes it's 18 months, but I really would like us to get on a regular schedule. So.
But the good news is we keep
well
our
said.
city managers for a good long time.
Yeah, that's because they all love you, Dan.
Aye.
All right. I think we're concluded with item number 9, and we will move to
I can
item.
make a motion to continue this till 11:30 if you guys want to talk.
No, we don't. We really don't.
We don't want to be Fairfax. No Fairfax.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
By consensus, we are adjourned. Thank you all for a very productive meeting, and have a good rest of the night.
Have a good night, everybody.
Thanks,
Good night,
everybody.
everyone.